I'm streaming. I'm meant to be streaming. Alright, there we go. There we go. Seems to have been some stupid delay on that thing. Ladies and gentlemen, how you doing? How are you doing? If you're watching over on YouTube, of course, you should be watching over on Twitch. It's a lot more fun when it's live. Alright, let's quickly do that. Keldana, how you doing, bro? How you doing? Here's Cucky, right? Cucky, you are the one with the fucking millions of different names, if I'm not mistaken. Millions of different fucking names. Come on, you little bad boy bitch. Did you see the edit I did for you, Akko? Did you do another one? I didn't see the other one. Like, I saw the old one. Where did you do it? I mean, of course I saw the old one. I told you I like it. But I'm not sure if I saw the new one. Is there another one? That I don't know about, so to speak. On YouTube, it's 11 minutes long? No, I did not. Did you tag me in it, Cucky? Please tell me you fucking tagged me in it, because otherwise I didn't see it. Oh, I know I didn't see it. You posted on Discord. Where? Doesn't help that you tell me you posted it on Discord. Discord is a busy fucking platform, dude. Discord is busy. You know this. I mean, there's literally no way I will see it on Discord unless you tag me in Discord. Yeah, you have to tag me in Discord. Otherwise, I will not see it. There's millions of messages being posted there every single day. I try to read as many of them as possible, but guaranteed I miss some. There's just too many channels with too much shit going on. And too many people having conversations that doesn't involve me, so to speak. Gilly, how you doing? Someone, how you doing, bro? Right now, not much is going on, actually. Cucky, you know you can't link shit. Link it to me on Discord and just tag me in it. Quickly, I'm looking at my Discord. I'm literally sat here watching my fucking Discord, right? Steph, how you doing? Orias, how you doing, bro? Tag me so we can watch it. We can watch it live on stream. Kaki did like a huge edit for us on YouTube of the channel. He took like a thing and he just made an edit out of it. And I want to watch it, but all right, here we go. Media, you tag me in it now, right? Scrolling down and scrolling down. All right, Kel, I've got you. I've got you. Meme clip for Akalon. All right, I'm going to load this up so long. We'll watch it in a minute, right? Let everyone come in. Let everyone come hang out. And then we'll watch it. I'm definitely going to give it a like. Just cause. Mocha, thank you very much for the Prime sub, dude. Really fucking appreciate that. 6 months in a row. Thank you, thank you, thank you. How you doing, Mocha? Oh, bro. Gamble DS, how you doing, bro? And that's how I know you're from South Africa, Gamble. How you fucking doing, man? I was just doing some gardening and thinking I need some Akko action today. Kind of, I'm happy to oblige. Very happy to oblige. Just lovely. Please watch at least 30 seconds. Don't be deterred by the intro. Bro, I'm going to watch it. I'm going to watch it. I mean, it's a meme. I have to, right? Good man. How you doing? Mocha, I am doing very well. Thank you very much for asking. How are you? We lost 4 RGBs back to back. Oh, Magister, that never feels good. That never feels good. Isn't that usually when people start to leave the team? Like, that's the point where pugs go, yeah, fucking I'm out. I'm so excited. Cool, then I'll watch it. Did you send it to Alex, by the way? Because I can send it to Alex. It's not a problem. Alex loves memes, especially memes of me. So if you give him memes of me, he will put it in videos. QQ Cam, how you doing? Great, just working and listening along. Boring day, but getting through. Mocha, I know the feels. I know the feels. I woke up at 2 p.m. today. Thought I'm going to make some videos. You know, I'm going to be productive. Turns out, not so much. Not so much. with the move coming up in about 2 weeks, I think. Just literally 1 day less than 2 weeks from now, we will be moving. And with all the shit that I need to sort out to try and get the internet installed and crap, it's been... I hate moving. I don't want to do it anymore. One of those days. Guys, how you doing, bro? You can post the entire vid if you want. I made it with the intention of being used entirely or partially on your channel. Kale, thank you very much. Really appreciate that, dude. We're definitely going to be watching it now. Where are you moving to? Nico Spider, just a bigger house. We just found a bigger house for the pooches mainly. So one of the main reasons for the move is the pooches. The current yard is just too small for them. They get really frustrated. Because at the moment, as soon as the Labrador catches speed, he's at the end of the property, right? And then he has to sort of make a turn and try to catch speed again. And then as soon as he catches speed, he's at the end of the property. So we're moving into a bigger house now that has a bigger yard so that he can actually fucking run around, you know? Because I can see him getting frustrated. Like, I can physically see him. Like, he'll tease the little one, Timo. He'll tease him to the point where Timo starts chasing him, right? Timo's a Jack Russell, so Timo gets very agitated. And then as soon as Timo starts chasing him, you can see him wanting to fucking open up, right? He wants to go for it, but he can't because there's walls everywhere. So I can physically see him getting frustrated whenever that happens. You're also moving through space and time. Too much sauce. How you doing, bro? I fucking wish I could, right? A lot of work. Move 3 times. I hate moving. You know, that's for you. Someone... What's for me? Disciple Gaming, how you doing, bro? Well, you're always moving through... Yes, but that's not really something you notice, right? Like, you don't physically notice that you're moving through space and time, which means there's nothing new. Technically, everything is new, right? Technically speaking, it's all new, right? Every single day is a new position for you in the universe. Every single second is a new position for you in the universe. But that doesn't feel new, right? It just feels the same. So, yeah. Oh, thank you very much for the Doritos, dude. Really fucking appreciate that. I can't eat Doritos, but I really appreciate the gesture. Bolts up 75. Thank you very much for the follow, dude. Really fucking appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Just Jeff, how you doing, bro? Cam, I am from South Africa, yes. You ever think we are going to Dragon Isles content-wise in WoW? Yes, I do think so. I don't know when, though. I mean, the question of when we will go to the Dragon Isles, that's a question that it would depend. Because it feels like Shadowlands, depending on what the Dragon Isles actually is, right? Because based on what I think the Dragon Isles is, it feels like Shadowlands could be the perfect expansion for us to go to the Dragon Isles. But then it might be something completely different to what I thought it was. And then the Shadowlands and Dragon Isles wouldn't make sense at all as being paired together. So until we know more about what it is, I don't think we'll like, as soon as I know what it is, I'll be able to tell you which expansion it's going to be in, you know? I'll eat them for you. Kildana, you're welcome to eat them. I want to see the Dragon Isles too. I think everyone wants to fucking see the Dragon Isles. Nice, same here. Sorry, just saw it now. In your About Me. Cam, nope. No reason to apologize. I mean, how often do you actually meet people from South Africa streaming? You know, it's very rare. And by that, I don't mean there aren't any. Of course, there's a lot, but it is still rare. I don't think it's a job that anyone respects in South Africa. Being full-time content creator, most people I meet anyways, usually just ask, what do you do? And I'm like, I'm a YouTuber and a Twitch streamer. And they're like, yes, but what do you do for a job? And I'm like, I'm a YouTuber and a Twitch streamer. And the next question is, how do you get paid? And they say, well, you know, if you couldn't understand the first part, there's no point in explaining the second. You're not going to fucking understand the second part. It's gonna be too hard to explain this. I got stomach feeling where we end up messing up timeline in WoW universe and have dragons help. Well, we would first need to help the dragons in order to get their help. So I kind of like your idea. I like where you're going with that. To raise the radio cycle. Cycle Gaming, thank you very much. Really appreciate that, dude. I'm raving an alt in the Shadowlands because if you skip the story, you can't do the more stuff, which is annoying. Kylie, what do you mean if you skip the story, you can't do the more stuff? Because you can, actually. So the nice thing about it is if you pick up... So start with the normal story shit, right? Start with the normal leveling process. Don't take Threads of Fate. Level to 10% before level 60. Like when you get to 10% before level 60, you go and you swap over to Threads of Fate, finish the last 10%, Bob's your uncle, you just start doing all the max level stuff. Tatiana, how you doing? Like, that is the quickest way to level. Like, by far, it is the fastest way to level. You take the normal questing, right? So normal leveling process, do your dungeons, do your quests and stuff like that. Get to 10% before level 60, switch to Threads of Fate, finish it on Threads of Fate, and boom. You can now do everything the Shadowlands has to offer. No questions asked. They said in interviews that we don't know how much time has passed by with us immortals being in Shadowlands, and we could see a complete different Azeroth. Just Jeff, they never said that. They legit, in fact, whenever they've done interviews, they've explained it very carefully. No extra time will pass in Azeroth versus the time that we spent in the Shadowlands. Time isn't different in the Shadowlands. It is merely perceived differently. So a minute is still a minute. The difference being the Shadowlands don't give a shit about time. The Eternal Ones, the beings of the Shadowlands, time means nothing to them. So they don't keep track of it. They don't care what is a minute, what is 2, what is 1. Doesn't matter, right? It doesn't need to exist. For them, at least, doesn't need to exist. For us, it still very much exists. We can still tell how much time is going past. So there's never... So the problem that most people have, and this really is Blizzard's fault, Ian, the very first time he spoke about the Shadowlands, he told us that time works differently in the Shadowlands. This is where everyone went, whoa, oh my god, time skip, that's what's gonna happen, right? Myself included. I made a fucking video going, oh my god, guys, we're gonna get a time skip, and Azoth is gonna take over the world, and we're gonna get there, and the whole Azeroth is gonna be fucked, right? Because that's what Ian said. He said time works differently. But then in another interview where he was actually physically asked about it, he said no, he needs to clarify. What he meant there is time doesn't matter in the Shadowlands. Like, the Eternal Ones don't care about time, but time is still the same, if that makes sense, right? Interesting fact, Among Us has 3 servers, Europe, Asia, and North America, while ScaldNet is a different server with mods. Laugh out loud, everyone knows that, bro. Wait, what? I don't have any idea what you're talking about. And I didn't know that, by the way. I knew they had 3 servers, but I don't know what the fuck Scald is, to be fair. It said if I choose Threads of Fate, I won't be able to do the more content. I'll look again. No, KDK, yeah. If you finish it on Threads of Fate, you can do all the content. 100%. Wildboy, how you doing, bro? The statement, my bad. Oh, you don't need to apologize or even say my bad, just Jeff. There's been a lot of confusion because mainly I think sometimes sometimes Blizzard is very aware of how things could be misconstrued, right? And then explanations upon explanations is needed in order to make sure that people don't misunderstand statements. But every once in a while, Blizzard is guilty, and this is not a bad thing, it's human. But Blizzard is guilty of saying something that is very, very open-ended, right? And that's one of those instances. But it's still a year or two in chronology. That's a lot of time to pass. While Disciple Gaming, according to the lore, we can go back to Azeroth, right? So we will be able to see if things change in any way, shape, or form on Azeroth. Time is very important. Seasoning of the Immortals. Nusa, how you doing? Hey, did you ever get the pic I posted to your Facebook? Nusa, I don't know. So Facebook is very weird when it comes to people posting things to Facebook. It will tell me that there's like 6 likes and fucking 2 messages. I'll click on it and then it just takes me to the post, like where these 6 likes took place and where these messages supposedly took place. So then I'm just like, well, I don't know what the fuck this is. I see comments, I like the comments, I read them, but yeah, Facebook and me, not the best of friends. You would think, right? You would think I would know what the fuck is going on with Facebook, but I really don't. I don't know, Facebook needs to fix their notification system, because with all other platforms, if I get a message, it tells me there's a message, and if I click on it, it takes me to where the fuck the message is, not to where it originated from, so to speak. I took the time doesn't exist or whatever thing to mean it's untethered from time. It still moves forward through time, but it's not controlled by whatever force time is in the world of the living. I think that is a way that you can take it. For me personally, I took it more just as I've explained before, so I hope I'm not boring anyone with this explanation. Think tomorrow, Pfizer comes out and they announce that they've cured aging. You know, tomorrow morning we all wake up to a world where there is no more age. You will never die. You will live forever. The particles within your body will refresh itself and rebuild itself literally every single day. So there is no more getting old. Everyone is 25 years old for the rest of their lives, right? Now, at first, there might be some adjustments. But in the long run, think 1,000 years from now, time will no longer have any sort of hold on us as human beings. Because right now, the only reason time matters, because remember, in the physical universe, time also doesn't exist. In our world right now, time actually doesn't exist. It's simply a measure of things, right? It's how we use time in order to measure things like distance and speed, for example. But time as a construct doesn't actually exist. It's not actually a thing, right? Because if you think what is time? Well, time is simply the speed at which the planet turns on its own axis and the speed at which the planet turns around the sun. But time, there's no such thing as a physical second or a physical minute or a physical hour. It doesn't actually exist. It's not really a tangible concept outside of what we use it for, right? To measure things. Now, if the only reason we care about time right now is because we will die. We have a short amount of it, like a very limited amount of time, to do very many things. And that's why we hate wasting time. We need to keep time. But if you're gonna live forever, time would have very little meaning to you. It would be an irrelevant concept to you. Because what is 5 minutes? It's not 5 minutes of the rest of your life. It's just 5 minutes. It's not as if it's wasted, right? Now there is an interesting, on top of this, which isn't WoW related at all, but there is an interesting philosophical discussion whether or not human beings would actually develop or discover anything if you remove time. Like if you remove our deaths, would we actually still contribute to the humanity's progress, or would we just stop progressing altogether? Because right now the reason people work as hard as they do in order to progress is because they are limited in time. We are constantly rushed because we know that tomorrow may be the last day. But if you remove death, would we still do what we do, right? Would we still be working as hard as we do? Would we still be striving for better? These are like philosophical conversations. I don't know what the answer is to them. I'm just giving you the facts. Well, actually, I went on off a fucking tangent. Sue me. Skullnet is a server with mods. You can download, launch it to PC and even mobile. Ah, okay. When you think Thrall needs Draka? I don't know, Danmo. I genuinely don't know. Facebook is trash now. So who's going to be next? Meathead. We go after a 9.1 working with the J-Land. I have some theories, but I genuinely don't know for a fact. But we'll find out in about 2 days, right? Hey, Aqua, I noticed there are runes surrounding my freezing trap. Now that you mention, they act as a barrier. I see them everywhere. Marcentha, how you doing? Lil and Blondehead, it is interesting that everywhere there is sort of a prison, the runes almost always seem to be not far behind, right? Almost always. What's 5 minutes compared to eternity? Exactly. It's literally nothing, right? Just tried sending them through Facebook Messenger. Newsa, I'll check my messenger. What would be the point of progression? Or is if we live forever? Is that what you're asking? You think about living forever and having to pay tax forever? Kylie K, well, I would love to live forever, right? I'm just gonna put that out there for anyone, for everyone. I would love to live forever. I think the idea of living forever must be fucking insane. If you saw YouTubers that play Among Us mods, bet you saw one of them. They play on their own Among Us servers. Scoutnet is something like it. It's a group of some modders. That's not fact. That is not fact, or does it? Someone, I mean, I don't play Among Us enough to really know much about it. I just play it on Fridays to hang out with the community. And we have too many communities, too many people on our community that is on mobile. So they can't have the mods, so to speak. So I'm assuming what you're saying is this server allows people even with phones to also have these mods, right? Vlach, how you doing? Magister, how you doing? Tangents are the reason I love your streams, Echo. Well, thank you very much. Then you're in the right place, because I always go on a fucking tangent. Always go on a fucking tangent. But actually, imagine if the world around us is the same, then we would need to progress for the safety reasons alone. I mean, not necessarily. I mean, if you take the amount of people that die in car accidents or wars or death by gun or whatever the fuck death you want to think of, right? Death by robbery or however. I don't think... Do you think that's more than people who just die of old age? Because I don't fucking think so. I think more people die of old age than people die in accidents and shit. That would be an interesting statistic. Do we have any statistics on that? Calikins, how you doing? But does that mean living forever? We will see the end of our sun? Magister, we will probably see the end of our sun, but if we do keep progressing, I mean, you already have people like Elon Musk, right? That, you know, you already have people like Elon Musk who's dreaming of a world where humans live among the stars, right? Where humans live on different planets and we've colonized other planets. So there's every reason to believe that we will probably do that, right? Remember, our sun dying is billions of years away, right? I mean, it is still a fucking long time from now. So by the time our sun finally runs out, if we don't have the ability to colonize other planets by then we deserve to fucking die, right? Then we deserve to die. I mean, we've come so close already. If in a billion years from now, we still don't have the ability to fucking leave, then yeah, we deserve to not be here anymore. Just start up, bro. Morning, Echo. Madras, how you doing, bro? Rarely anyone dies of pure old age. They usually become feeble and die of cardiovascular failure. That's still old age, right? Oh, Beanit, I decided not to tweet. Like, I generally... Like, it's only been the last few weeks where I've decided to tweet out whenever I'm live. I stopped that a very long time ago. And I don't know why I got back into it. I don't know why I decided to do it again. I think people who want to watch the stream, they'll show up and they'll watch the stream. If people don't want to watch the stream, I don't think they need a tweet. to remind them to come watch the stream, they'll remember if they wanna see it, right? Or they'll hit the little whatever the fuck the bell equivalent is on Twitch. But Twitter is specifically for content, so is Discord. So I don't like to I don't want to take up space there with useless tweets like, oh, I'm live. Who gives a fuck, right? So yeah, JSV, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub, dude. Really fucking appreciate that. 7 months in a row. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Bottom Mike, how you doing, bro? Rarely anyone dies of pure old age. Well, it's 5 million years. Too much source. I've seen, I think, 4 different articles stating 4 different times. And one of them was, like, I think 1 billion years from now, some shit like that. The fact of the matter is, again, you're dealing with a very chaotic system, right? That's literally what we're dealing with here. We're dealing with chaos theory, so to speak, where there's too many variables. There's no way I think anyone can predict to a T when the sun is going to die, or when the universe is going to die, for that fucking matter. Hey, Mark here. Always watch you on YouTube. The biggest killer are heart diseases. Old age is quite subjective. What is old? Markasu, for me personally, if you die after the age of 70 of some kind of heart failure or, you know, liver failure or some shit like that, isn't that then sort of dying of old age, right? Because remember, this is according at least to, I can't remember what the fucking lab is called, but it's a lab that is dedicated to solving the aging issue, right? That's all they do. So a few years ago at this point, probably like almost a decade ago right now, it was discovered that age is a disease. I can't remember who it was. I don't know what the guy's name was, but he was actually a computer programmer who was trying to write code, and he saw the DNA breakdown of humans, and he discovered, like, a computer programmer discovered a part of our DNA that doesn't seem to belong. Like a virus almost. A part in our DNA that shouldn't be there. And when he spoke to actual researchers about it, they said, well, it's the aging part, right? It's the part that controls aging. And so they sort of pinpointed that this is a virus. This is a disease that we're all born with. So we're born, and we're born with this disease, and this disease eventually kills us. So they're certain that they can remove this at some point, especially if they can start fucking around with gene pools and stuff. They should be able to remove the virus. But so they've done a lot of research on this, and they're quite convinced that aging is a disease in and of itself, which obviously kills off a bunch of other things. So your heart ages, your lungs ages, your liver and kidneys and everything ages, and eventually this leads to a bunch of problems. Cancer, for example, is the result of the cells continuously splitting and things going wrong, and eventually it just fucking kills you, right? Eventually one of those cells gets corrupt, and then it changes the whole fucking system, and everything becomes a big fuck up. Very oversimplified, but yeah. Played Minecraft that good, but I can recommend one cool server. It's called Minecraft MMORPG server, made fully texture packs and command blocks. It's really cool. No mods at all, dude. Someone, I don't play Minecraft, but I know a couple of people who do, so I'll tell them about it at least. Again, perhaps everything nice. Did you see how they slid a Crash Bandit? Wait, a Crash Bandit on the Battle.net app? Would that mean they're going to be pushing out other games now? Royal J, well, Crash Bandicoot is one of Activision's games, right? So, I mean, it's been clear now, right? For a while that Activision wants their games on the Battle.net app. So yeah, they will keep bringing out all of their games on the Battle.net app. This has been made clear from the beginning, and I don't really mind it. You know, rather than having multiple launchers, just have one with all the fucking Activision games on it. If you don't want to play any of them, just don't play them, right? Do we want to remove it? I would like to remove it. Dying of age is basically mutation of DNA, and the mutation is caused by quantum tunneling, which destroys the molecules. But remove death and you'll have overpopulation. Like, the world is already overcrowded. The world really isn't overcrowded, though. We have enough land mass at the moment, I believe, to support something like 13 billion people, and we already produce enough food to, I think, feed 14 billion people, right? So by every metric available, the Earth is nowhere near overcrowded. Plus, our technology keeps getting better and better, so we keep learning how to do more with less. So the truth is that at 13 billion people, they believe that would be the equilibrium point. They think that's where the Earth is going to reach equilibrium. We already see it. People in cities, for example, have fewer kids than people in rural areas. And one of the reasons is education, but another one is space. When you have limited space, you automatically have fewer children. So the Earth would sort of reach equilibrium at 13 billion, and then it would just not go up or down. Right? People will just have almost no children or fewer children. And also, one of the reasons we have children is so that we can, in essence, live forever, right? It's built into our minds. We need to push our DNA forward. We need to exist in one way or another. Human beings, if you take away the brain, right, the brain that wants to make everything beautiful, at its very core, human beings have one function, and that is survival. Right? That's it. That's the only function we have. It's the same as every monkey, the same as every other animal. We want to survive. So we dress it up nicely, right? We dress up the fact that we have sex and we call it making love. Really, we're not making love. We are just procreating, right? That is the fucking point of it at a basic fundamental level. So, yeah. If you take away the death element of it, would people still want to procreate as much as they do? Do you think people would maybe stop having children just because, or at least have far fewer children because they don't need to have as many children? They don't need to push their, their DNA forward as much as they do. They get shorter as you get older and your cells divide. When they get too short, you're old and die of something. Not a scientist, so a grain of salt. That's pretty accurate. That is pretty accurate. At least, again, not a fucking scientist. I'm literally talking about watching different documentaries, reading papers from different people. I am not talking as an authority on the fucking subject, nor do I ever pretend to be. So, really believe whatever the fuck you want to believe. I don't think world is overpopulated. I believe that it is a failure of the state to employ people with proper jobs and feed them by utilizing farmlands efficiently. How is that the job of the state, Magister? Once you see the edit sooner, the other part wants there to be more viewers before you play it. I grew up on Crash. It was awesome. True, I'm just afraid they're going to fill BlizzCon with a lot of non-Blizz games. Royal J, we already have the... schedule, so we know exactly which games are coming, right? When are we going to explore the bottom of the ocean? Is it even remotely possible? Right now, with the technology that we have, I doubt it. The pressure at the bottom of the ocean would kill humans. So we would need to come up with a way to do it that wouldn't cost us an arm and a fucking leg, and also would actually allow us to do it for prolonged periods of time. I just don't know if there's any sort of drive to do that. It seems to me as if human beings, since the very earliest days of our existence, have been obsessed with space and not so much obsessed with the ocean. I mean, there's people who try to, but you don't have the Elon Musk equivalent of ocean exploration, right? We do seem to be obsessed with space, and I have a feeling we're gonna be exploring space long before we actually explore the ocean. Right? The world is huge. Let's go, Elon. We never can expect to know everything about space. It's infinite. We never can understand it fully. Never, not even a 10%. I mean, there's a way to know 10%, but we would need to know the 100% before we can know if we know 10%. But maybe we could. I don't know. Bad instinct is too primal to just go away. Yeah, but we are talking over the course of time, right, Cask? So we are talking about a very prolonged period of time. You're assuming it's the state's job to give you a job and to use farmland. Don't mean to get political, but that's a lot of reliance on your government. I don't want to live in a world where the government has the power over me. I'd rather be dead. Myself included. Like, if it was up to the government to utilize farmland, I would rather be dead, because if Russia is anything to go by, they're not good at it. I mean, millions of people died because of hunger when the state tried to run the farmlands. North Korea is another good example of a country where the state is utilizing the farmland. I mean, we kind of know what's in the Mariana Trench, and I say, forget that shit. Just the animals down there are freaky. Look up a goblin shark. Well, Newsay, here's the question though. What if there's more down there than just the animals? For example, that I watched a documentary. We were speaking about it a couple of months ago on the stream. I watched a documentary of a sound, right? There's a sound that people can hear in the ocean that sounds like a very old, very big fucking creature. They've never seen it. They don't know where the sound comes from, but the sound is in the ocean of a creature that, according to the sound, is fucking massive. Wouldn't you want to know what that creature is? Or is this the start of Godzilla? Imagine if it is some big alpha fucking predator that we go exploring for, and then we discover, oh shit, H.P. Lovecraft wasn't wrong. Right? Would you be upset or actually kind of happy if you found out that the magic in the universe, the magic in books, is actually real? How would you feel about that? Seismic activity that resonates in the water. Mokuchi, but the problem is, based on this, we already know what seismic activity sounds like, right? And so it doesn't sound the same. So this sounds more like a whale, although the biggest whales have a very specific frequency. Now, this one's frequency tells them it's bigger than the biggest whales we've ever seen. Underwater. I'm trying to remember, there was another movie. The girl from fucking Twilight played the lead role, which was almost 100% based on H.P. Lovecraft's universe. I can't remember what the movie was called though. Lockdog, yeah. They think it may be the last of its species because they've never actually heard another sound like it. So they actually think that this is the last of its species, and it keeps calling, for a mate, but there are no mates left. So it's just sort of traveling the world's oceans, looking for a mate that it will never find, and then eventually it will die, obviously. How fucking sad must that be? Imagine being the last human alive. Imagine just one day waking up and you are the last human alive, and you will spend the rest of your existence just sort of waiting for death. Is that Underwater? That was actually a pretty cool movie. I don't necessarily like underwater movies because I hate the water. So I never set foot in any water where I can't see the bottom of the ocean, right? Or the bottom of the whatever, right? I need to be able to see the bottom. Otherwise, I won't go in that water, even if it is a fucking swimming pool. Avador, thank you so much for the day 2 sub. Really fucking appreciate that. 12 months in a row. Thank you, Avador. How are you? We pissed because I could have done magic and didn't know it. Oh, you could have done magic. No, Mercintha, what I'm talking about is, so imagine if we found out that H.P. Lovecraft's universe is actually real. I mean, you wouldn't have been able to do magic because it was blocked, right? That part of our brains were blocked. So a show on Hulu called Last Man Alive, I think, and it was pretty entertaining. Presenta, thank you very much for tier 1 sub. Really fucking appreciate that. 2 months in a row. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Found the last human alive. I will frick every single mammalian species in hope of reproducing. You won't be able to. Plus, what would your kids look like? Like, just think about the future generations. Besides, you are the last man alive. Your children won't be able to have sex with each other because then you'll just breed a species of retard, right? So that's not going to work. You as one person, there is no gene pool left. The gene pool is now too fucking slow and too fucking small to even work. Yeah, you'd literally have Papega kids is what's going to happen there. Crazy fun. Thank you for the follow. Really fucking appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Many river in Thailand have these 2 giant fish. Creep me out. But we actually ate them. Underwater is an underwater disaster movie with monsters. Don't want to ruin for you. Ending is epic. Oh yeah. If you've never watched Underwater, you should absolutely watch it. It is a little bit of a letdown. If you just care about watching a good movie, it's not really that good of a movie. But if you like dark, sinister fantasy stuff, you'll love it. A couple of years back, also there is a point in Pacific that is furthest from any piece of land. It's called Point Nemo. Do you know where H.P. Lovecraft put his Nyalotha on the map? Point Nemo. Oh my god, do you know how fucking cool that would be, dude? Just send you something on Instagram. Can you have a look and tell me if I'm doing it wrong? I'm level 52. Do I need to be 61st? Hold up. Instagram, right? Going there now. Yeah, but all that means is you can't go to the mall before you're level 60, right? So once you are at level 60, you can go to the mall. It's sort of just telling you you can't level in the mall. So you can't skip and go to the mall, Kylie, and just level there, basically. As if anyone would fucking do that. Like, I don't know of a single person that would be wanting to level inside the mall. Get deeper. How do you know what you see in the mirror is really you and not what your eyes are interpreting, since we can't look at ourselves? Well, the argument there, which to me at least was a little bit of a problem, is it's like I heard these 2 philosophers once talk and they were like, how do we know that the color that we see is really the color? Like, right? So what if you were told that this is green, but when I look at it, I actually see blue, although my blue is green. You see red, but your red is green. How do we know? And I thought to myself, well, that's a stupid argument, because or at least it's an incoherent argument, because if I tell you guys now, all right, chat, what do you see here? What is the color of these buttons? Right? So this is free from any sort of interference, right? This is free from, we all see purple, right? We all see purple here, which means this is how we know we all see the same color whenever we look at a color, except if you're colorblind, in which case, obviously you're not seeing the color, right? but lavender isn't a color. I wasn't asking you what does it smell like. This is purple. But yeah, so that's how we know. And to me, that would be the same as sort of when we look at ourselves. Is that what we see? And the reason for it is if you asked a painter to paint you, he would paint you the way that you see you, right? And that means that there's now two people that see the same thing you see whenever you look into a mirror. Does that make sense? Or is there someone with a different theory? This hue is, we could see any color, but we're all accustomed to seeing that color is purple. Danmo, but then why so specific? Azeroth is not a flat color, unless he is Babby. Colors are specific broken particles of white light. I think the problem with going down rabbit holes like that, like the one that Musa just said as well, the problem with going down rabbit holes like that is you very quickly become tangled up in the rabbit hole, right? Because the rabbit hole can go down as far as you want it to go, or as shallow as you want it to be. It really depends on how far you want to take it. So I do think it's sort of a problematic one. You know, there was another argument that I once saw about, also a philosophical argument. I can't fucking recall it now, but to me, those kind of arguments is the equivalent of string theory, right? Where, yeah, just keep creating dimensions until it makes sense, right? Sort of thing. I don't know if that's healthy science, if you will, but then it's still an interesting thing to think about. My dick got tangled up in a rabbit hole. It was Jessica Rabbit. You did not fuck Jessica Rabbit. Liar cask. Cosmic Forces. I've seen you sent me the theory, Lockdog. I've not had time yet to look at it. So I've been in meetings quite a bit the last few days. Last night I couldn't be here because I had meetings with quite a few people. As you guys know, we're trying to set up our own website, right? And at the same time, I was approached. No, fuck job meetings. No, why would I do that? I like my job as it is. But so we've been working. Well, I've been working hard to try and get a website running, and then I got approached by locals. Does anyone here know what locals is? Does anyone here have locals? Have you ever seen locals? Madris, how you doing, bro? It has been a while. I haven't seen you in quite some time. How are you, man? Blessius Babby, thank you so much for the 100 bits. Really appreciate that. Thank you. All right, so let me quickly show you guys what locals is. The thing that sucks right now about locals is the fact that I can't actually fucking use it. Well, I can use it, but I can't use it at how it's meant to be used. Because I actually want to use locals to replace things like Patreon. Because it's fucking perfect. It is absolutely perfect. So here's my locals page, which right now, obviously, doesn't make a whole lot of sense. There's nothing there. I haven't added anything yet. All right. So locals is like Patreon, like Facebook, like Twitter, like everything else, but with a massive twist to it. Locals is community-based, where you support your favorite content creator for $5 a month or whatever the fuck you want to pay. There's, I think, 2 tiers that you can add. You can add $5 a month, or you can do a VIP tier, which is a little bit more expensive, but then they get extra rights. Here's what is amazing about locals. Let's imagine someone is posting stuff here, right? Just imagine for a second, there's a bunch of posts here. If you pay $5 a month, your posts show up here as well. You want to make a meme, you have the exact same, write a post. In my community, you write a post. Let's say you have a theory that you want people to come up with, or that you want people to see. Write a post, write out your theory, everyone gets to see it, and people can actually change here to say, I want to see only what Aquilon posted, right? Or I want to see what everyone is posting. I want to see team members, so just the team. I want to see supporters only posts. So what is the community coming up with? That's legitimately local. So think Patreon, only not. So if we go to my Patreon page, this is perhaps the best way to show you. So if you look at Patreon here, right? On Patreon, you see all of my posts, but no one else from the community can actually make their own posts. Right? They can comment on my videos and they can comment on my posts, but they can't actually comment or make their own posts. This is where locals takes it to a whole new level. It's basically a forum. Yeah, it's like a forum for your entire community. So Discord, only when you come up with a theory, everyone can see your theory, and then they have they have live streams coming soon. They have the ability to post your own videos, and that I think goes for members of the community as well. If they want to post videos on there, they're allowed to post videos on there. They have the ability for you to tip certain posts. So let's say someone in the community makes a post that you really enjoy, you can tip them for that post or whatever the fuck it might be. So it's a really cool concept. It's just not, I can't use it because the only payment option they accept is Stripe. And Stripe isn't available in South Africa. So that kind of sucks. And forgive one, how you doing, bro? Papa Shango, thank you so much for the Prime sub, dude. Really fucking appreciate that. 3 months in a row. Thank you, thank you, thank you. How you doing, Papa Shango? Alright. Anyways, that's the meetings that I've been having. Sort of to no end. I've been having meetings with them. I've been having meetings with the charity for this Friday. So it's been busy. It's been a busy couple of days. Having allergy again? Lockdog? No, I'm fine. Why? I was waiting for my Prime to pop up so I could resub. Papa Shango, I really appreciate that sub. You have no idea how fucking grateful I am for the subs that you guys give. It helps pay Alex. It helps make the videos better. So, yeah. Oh, and we also, another thing that I guess I should say is we've got a potential sponsor coming onto the channel. So that's going to be really fucking cool as well. Lockdog, what made you think I have allergies again? I hope I'm not having allergies again. I'd be fucking pissed. To Slave Server on Valheim. Find it amazing. What they done, mostly opaque. Enoch a monkey. Everyone, I'll definitely come check. I will definitely come check it out. Yeah, we've got a potential sponsorship coming up with Skillshare. They've contacted me. They want me to do like a series of videos for them. Just shout outs basically. But that's sort of exciting. Because you're rubbing your eyes and the way you blink. It looked like the same way when my father has pollen allergy. No, my eye was literally just itchy. Drakbane, how you doing, bro? I think that's nice. I mean, I'm still waiting for them to tell me because they just told me they want, yeah, they want to sponsor 12 videos. And I was like, wait, 12 videos in how many months? Like, do you want that in 1 month? Because that's a lot of videos in 1 month. It's not a lot for the channel. The channel averages about, 20 to 25 videos a month. But I still need to know, like, how often do they want a sponsorship in one of the videos? is the sponsor with how we all talk and the subject matter. Cast, they don't seem to mind at all. Plus, it will only be on the videos, not on the live streams, right? I don't think anyone would ever sponsor the live streams. I mean, I use Skillshare myself, so the only reason I was willing to accept them. I won't ever use a sponsor that I don't use myself. Because I'm not going to tell people to sign up to something if I myself won't even sign up to it, right? So yeah. But just getting back to the locals thing before we dive into the discussion and shit for tonight. Getting back to the locals thing. If I can't get locals working because Stripe isn't available in South Africa yet, I now know exactly what I want the website to look like. That's exactly what I want the website to be. I want a place where the community can actually have fun. Because if you guys have you guys seen how many people is joining the Discord every single fucking day? Like, have you guys seen that? So KY is a future sponsor? Yeah, why not? KY Jelly is the good stuff. So we want to. The problem is just designing it is quite expensive. Especially for what I want it to be. Because I do not want a website where it's just my stuff. I want a website where it's the community that's important. Where you guys are celebrated, not so much just me. I'm already coming up with ways to plug a Skillshare sponsorship in my meme edits for you. After you streamed Valheim, it looked great to me, and a couple of days ago I bought it. What a nice game. Lockdog, it's fucking fun, innit? Was popping Akalon. Now I'm sad because I didn't get the notification that you got online. Hope I didn't miss much. Traxer, how you doing, bro? No, not yet. You guys know how it goes. We usually only start with like the speculation discussions about an hour and a half in. That website gonna cost a fortune. Arias, yeah, I realize that, but at the same time, it's something that I think is necessary. If I look at Discord, so I just want to show you guys this, just for anyone that might not follow what I'm talking about, right? So just to show you this, right? This is just the Akko memes page. The amount of memes that people fucking post in here, right? Constantly coming up with memes. This is content. This is content. This tells you that there are people who just enjoy making stuff. They just want an outlet to make stuff in. You've got the humor channel where a lot of people come up with their own shit as well. We won't click on dark humor or politics and shit because I don't think a lot of that is stream friendly. But then you have, for example, law discussion. Now, if you go into law discussion, it's every day. You can see it. We're still on today. I'm fucking scrolling. Yeah, we finally get to yesterday. It is post upon post upon post of people all just sharing their thoughts about World of Warcraft. King Julian, thank you for the something. Really fucking appreciate that. 15 months in a row. Thank you, thank you, thank you. This is literally people sharing their thoughts, having discussions about the lore. It tells you the community is hungry for something like this. And it's nice that my Discord is it, right? It's nice that my Discord has become the place where people can share their thoughts and their discussions and stuff. But here's my biggest issue. No one here, not a single person in this discussion, right, can share their thoughts in a way that everyone can follow along with. I will suck your dick if you can read this lore discussion and instantly know what everyone is talking about. You fucking can't. Because there'll be one conversation happening here, right? And then 2 lines down, this conversation continues. But in between, there's 2 different conversations going on. That's what happens most of the time. So the people in conversation know what conversation they're having with one another. The rest of the people is having a completely different fucking conversation with one another. And I want to change that. I want a way to change that. We fixed it for the most part with slow mode. Now people share a bit more of their thoughts in one sentence or in one paragraph and not just, you know, fucking post single sentence or single line sentences. But I think we can do better. Crazy Fun, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub, dude. Really fucking appreciate that. Welcome to the Fat Fuckers Club. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So yeah, this is sort of the dream of mine, is to make a website much like this one. No, much like this one. If I can't get this one to work. So right now they're sort of trying to figure out if there's a way for them to implement Payoneer or PayPal as a payment option, because I can't use Stripe. But if there isn't, then yeah. You know, then I'll have to come up with my own shit. Alright. Do you guys want to watch the meme that Kale did for us? Like, Kale made a meme clip of the channel, and he's asked me to watch this. What's already? It's good? Who here wants to see it? Because I haven't watched it yet. Sabako, are you hyped for Blizzconline? King Julian, you know it. I am so fucking ready for Blizzconline. I am so ready for it. Trilogy, how you doing? Alright, well, we'll watch it. If it's not good, by the way, you can all blame Kale for it. You can blame Kale for it. If it's not good, it's his fault.
Hello everyone, this is your Daily Dose of Internet. These scientists took a 3,000-year-old mummy to a hospital to scan his throat. They wanted to scan his throat because they wanted to learn what this mummy sounded like.
Sup, ladies and gentlemen, Akalon here, and welcome back. I just want to make sure everyone understands, this is not my theory, this is Lockdog's theory. Lockdog really loves making the memes. This is the kind of shit he comes up with. And before I tell you what the theory is about, we need to discuss a couple of things that may or may not have thought about before. So this theory really has to do with the Eternal Ones and who the Eternal Ones actually are. Now, in order to start this theory, we have to go look at the closest example we have of the Eternal Ones. Like, the closest to them, and that would be Titans. We don't know much about the Eternal Ones. We know that they rule the Shadowlands and that each of them have their own zone, or so we think. Who is the Titans? What do they do? When
Fuck
they
you,
arrive
Cal.
for this, you guys know what time it is.
Nap time.
Map time. So the Titans arrive in reality. We know because they tell us this is reality. They arrive in reality, and what is it that they do, chat? They start ordering it. Based on what they did with Azeroth, they most likely did the same sort of things on different planets within the universe. So what do they do on Azeroth? First, they rip up an old god, realize bad idea, so they create armies for themselves. Next, they set up forges, they set up the Emerald Dream. They tell us that they didn't set up the Shadowlands, and they don't know what is in the Shadowlands, but that could be a lie. The Titans tell us in the Chronicles that the Emerald Dream was created by, well, basically 4 different people, but the only constant in all 4 groups of these people is Elune and Aenar, right? So we're going to ignore the other people that may or may not have had a hand in the creation of the Emerald Dream, and we're going to say, we know that Aenar and Elune specifically had a hand in the creation of the Emerald Dream.
The moving down bothers me, or the moving around bothers me very much.
They tell us that they don't know who made this. This realm seems to be where all souls go when they die, and that really is the end of it. Think about the amount of power that the Shadowlands holds, and then you start to realize why perhaps they didn't tell us anything extra about the Shadowlands. Because if you look at the map and how the map is set up, it becomes very clear that this is an interlocking system. When Sylvana said this world is a prison, these runes causes this entire little system to be its own little prison. Nothing comes in, nothing goes out. Souls get born, they move to reality to live, they move into the Shadowlands to die, they get fed back into the Emerald Dream to be reborn, back into reality, back into the Shadowlands to die. So the system is effectively a cycle within itself. But what did the Titans do after? They made Watchers and they left. Now this is where Lockdog's theory comes in. If we believe that the Eternal Ones...
That was so unexpected. That was so fucking unexpected. Hold on, I need to see this again.
And they left. Now this is where Lockdog's theory comes in. If we believe that the Eternal Ones is as close, or the Titans is as close to the Eternal Ones as we can get, then why do we believe that the Eternal Ones themselves stuck around? We've been led to believe that the ones we're dealing with right now is the Eternal Ones. But what if they're the Watchers? What if when the Winter Queen told us, "This is of my sister," she was talking about Freya? There are two Eternal Ones that we know about. The only two Eternal Ones that we've ever learnt about. The Primus and Zuval. The Archon, the Winter Queen, Side and Athreus, they are Watchers. What did the Shadowlands actually look like before all of this happened? Either the Shadowlands is an entirely new creation. This system is to ensure that none of these other cosmological forces ever get their hands on the anima that exist within living souls. I don't think that the Shadowlands belongs to death. I think all of this was built to keep the other forces from interfering with reality. Let's imagine that I'm wrong. I'm often wrong, but let's imagine that I am wrong. And the Shadowlands is natural. It actually does belong to the realms of death.
What would have been perfect
death
there?
look like?
Apocalypse, how you doing? But Cal, what would have been perfect there is if you had a collection of all my fucking wrong theories. That would have been perfect. I'm often wrong, and then running through all the theories where I am just completely fucking wrong. That would have been gold.
Without the interference of the Eternal Ones, for countless eons, the Shadowlands was in perfect order. So what did it look like before perfect order? Before the Eternal Ones, aka Titans, arrived in the Shadowlands? I believe when you die, your soul enters the soul stream, you go into the maw, and from there you choose.
Now we
where
speak
you
very
want to spend
fast. Holy
eternity.
shit.
You choose who you wish to serve for all eternity.
It's Cal's
When
vid.
the Eternal Ones
Apocalypse.
arrive there, they realize that there is...
Did you arrive at the beginning, Apocalypse? Were you here at the beginning? No. This is Kale. He literally just made a fucking meme clip of of my theory.
a massive amount of untapped power within this realm. And if any of these forces, if the void, if order, if life, if light or disorder get their hands on this power, it would be the end of the universe. And if we are
Jesus.
correct, and the Eternal Ones are like the Titans, why does anyone believe that they would have stuck around after they built their
Fuck was that?
on this power? It would be the end of the universe. And if we are correct, and the Eternal Ones are like the Titans, why does anyone believe that they would have stuck around after they built their perfect system? The only one that refers to Zuvala's brother is the Primus. if we take a look at the Titans, it's clear that they don't do a lot of free thinking. The Titans are very one-track minded, if you will. However, they definitely have the ability to swap things around, to try something else. The Watchers are the ones who never seem to deviate from their original creation. If they were created to do something very specific, then that's what they do. When you play the Kyrian campaign, the Kyrians know that the Arbiter is broken. They know that every single soul goes into the maw. They keep doing their job. They keep taking souls, taking it into the soul. A river
Amen,
of souls,
brother. It's what I said.
and the souls go straight to the maw. They never stop, not fucking once. They just keep doing the job that they're meant to do, because the Archon was programmed to follow the purpose. The Winter Queen is...
It's what I do,
clearly
King Julian. It's what I fucking do.
Zuval. She calls him
Like and subscribe,
monster.
please. Lol.
What if the reason she does that is because he's the one that killed her creators? What if Zuval did what Sargeras did? Killed his own brothers and sisters? That would absolutely make him a betrayer.
The Shifty One, how you doing, bro?
It's his brothers and sisters that he betrayed. He slaughtered them. The Winter Queen, the Archon, and Sire Denathrius are all terrified of Zuval.
Wait, what text?
The Winter Queen states in the
Fucking
meeting,
God.
and we have all of them standing around Arbiter's room, the Winter Queen states that with Zuval free, they are dead. It's done. It's over. They can't win. What do you mean they can't win? This is...
I'm not actually watching my own videos. Well, it is me doing it, but this is Kale Dunner, right? Kale Dunner made this meme video of me. So I'm watching Kale Dunner's video.
Your brother, he's like you. So...
But I will say this, even if I remove myself from this, the guy on the screen talks a lot of sense. Like, this guy is making all the sense in the world. If I, as an unbiased bystander, just watching a video on Twitch, reacting to a video on Twitch, this guy makes fucking sense.
I mean, surely you guys should be on sort of the same power level? So here is what Lockdog himself wrote about this theory.
Akalon was playing Maldraxxus campaign and noticed something in the Primus's message when he says, "I am the Primus. Your presence within my sanctum means a darkness has fallen upon Maldraxxus and all the realms of death. Ages ago, the Eternal Ones punished our brother Zuval for his treachery. The way he says our brother Zuval, he is speaking to other characters from Maldraxxus, meaning this message is meant first to be seen by someone from Maldraxxus.
Now I'm never going to be able to imagine Lockdog as anything other than this. Like, this is now Lockdog.
And then to be delivered to the Archon, the Winter Queen, and the Sire.
Now that was the first bit that was really interesting to me, because it makes sense. The only place you could have gotten this message, the only place you could have learned about this is from Maldraxxus. Now, what's more interesting is that it seems like this message was only meant for mortals. This is where I disagreed with Lockdog's initial theory, but it was only once we arrived at the stone broke open to show us the blade. Prior to that, no one knew that the blade of the Primus was even there.
That would imply that Zuval is originally from Maldraxxus, and that's why the Archon, Winter Queen, and Sire don't call him brother.
And then he goes on to say,
When the Primus says this, there is but one hope to save the Shadowlands. The Eternal Ones must stand together once more before the Jailer escapes the Maw. It could seem that the Archon, the Winter Queen, and the Sire aren't Eternal Ones, because in what context he mentions them. They should see to our defenses.
This is
Why would they
fucking weird.
see to the defenses if they are really Eternal Ones?
Titans. They made their watchers, and their watchers were made to see.
What the
to
fuck
wall.
was that?
I mean, there's a lot that we can factor into this theory, obviously. I will just give you guys a little bit of a teaser for Tuesday. Slight teaser. Imagine a world
That's what we're going to be discussing now, by the way.
where the Primus, the Rune Carver, and the Jailer
That's exactly what we're going to be discussing now. What do you know? Actually, TV, how you doing? Oh, Tibet, how you doing? Rostovert, trying to get it up before Tuesday. Yeah, yesterday, as I said, I had so many fucking meetings. It was absolutely disgusting. Otto, how you doing, bro? Phoenix Underdog, how you doing, man? What are the chances of Anduin? This is definitely fucking gold, dude. This is gold. 100%. I shall be tweeting this. I shall be tweeting it. Because this is very, very good, Gail. Very fucking good. I enjoyed it. You're very welcome, dude. All right, let's quickly see here. Phoenix Underdog, what did you say? Hold up. Let me just quickly go. Here we go. What are the chances of Anduin becoming the end boss of the new Lich King and we finding Arthur somewhere in the Mall Torghast who helps us bring Anduin back to the light while the jailer escapes, gets killed by Sylvanas? I'd say good. Right? I would say it's fairly good. Oh yeah, that is true. Let's do that quickly. Of course. There you go. Kildana, welcome to VIP for the channel. This is insanely fun. I'm approaching when Alex gets a team. Yeah, the second we get another person for Alex, we would need to approach him. Okay, so Phoenix, just to answer your question there, I think the chances of that happening is about 50-50, right? Because right now, I don't know if Anduin would fall for the jailer. I don't see a world in which Anduin accepts the jailer's offer or Sylvanas' offer willingly. It could be that all Sylvanas wants from him is to pick up the sword, and that once he picks up the sword, what happened to Arthas will happen to him, right? That is entirely possible. So the sword will basically do with Anduin what Frostmourne did with Arthas. This is possible. So in other words, Anduin, this might be where the lies come in, right? So we could very well see the lies coming in here from the Boy King. The Boy King serves at the master's table. 3 lies will he offer you, where Anduin escapes the Maw with this new blade, saying that he stole their ultimate weapon. What he doesn't know is that this weapon is actually stealing him. This weapon is actually stealing his soul. This is entirely possible. As for the rest of it, I genuinely don't know. Leviticus Gaming, thank you for the follow. Really fucking appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I think that would be an amazing twist. Would it happen? I don't know, but it would be amazing. Regard working with Akko is a dream come true. Ask Alex if it's such a dream, though. Already scheme a corporate takeover of the Akko Empire. Everyone knows Akko doesn't run his own company. Yeah, I don't. I genuinely don't. I am the legitimate equivalent of a news anchor. I'm just the face of this operation. I don't do anything else. Too much overthinking, Echo. Sure, some of your theories come true, but the majority of your theories. King Julian, but the point of my theories is never to be true, right? I have never made theories in the hope that they come true. So my theories is more about the cool storylines that could happen, not the cool storylines that will happen. If I wanted to do that, I could just do that, but I never started the channel to do that, right? I never started the channel to do that.
That said, though, a lot of our theories have come true. And while it's fun to go, oh my God, I told you guys, I fucking told you guys, it doesn't really mean anything. Like, I don't get overly excited when a theory of mine comes true. It's sort of a bittersweet thing whenever a theory of mine comes true, because I usually go, fuck yeah. I told you guys that's what's going to happen. But then I think to myself, well, they could have actually done this or this or this, which would have been just as cool, maybe even cooler. Now what's going to happen next? Right? And then I start thinking about the next thing. So I don't make my theories to be true. And anyone that watches my theories in the hope that they will come true is watching the wrong channel. There are people who make theories or make videos only because they think they're predicting the future of WoW. And there's people who focus primarily on that, right? Trying to predict where WoW is going to be. I've never had that as my focus. Just never. Do a vid listing of all the ideas that came true and all the ones that didn't. Theory review of your own theory reviews. Apocalypse, I would do that, but it would be... Jesus, the research going into that would be fucking unreal. Because I would legit have to go back and watch every single fucking video. Andy, how you doing? I'm trying to think now how I would do that. Like, what would be the most time-efficient way to do that? I don't think there is an efficient... The best thing I can do is write down all the theories that I come up with, right? So write down all of the theories that I come up with as I make them, and then go back and whenever a theory comes true, tick it off the list. So I would have to start doing it now rather than trying to go back in the future. Because going back in the future or going back in the past, trying to figure out which theories came true and which didn't, that could take, Jesus, months just to try and figure out which theories were where. Because oftentimes in a single video, I'll have like 3 or 4 different theories. So I would legit have to watch every video and go, right, this is the theory, this is the theory, this is the theory, this is the theory. And then sort of have that. I think the better option is start keeping a list now of all the videos that I make with all the theories that I have and then tick them off. And I could do it on Photoshop or somewhere where I can actually keep track of it, if that makes sense. Although, even with crowdsourcing it, I don't think anyone would have that. I don't think anyone would want to do that. Would be cool if you make a straw poll, having the viewers to try guess the zone theme of the 9.1 raid and see after Blizzconline who's been right. Phoenix Underdog, we're gonna do that literally on the preview of Blizzconline. So we're starting on YouTube for the first hour, and then we're switching to Twitch. On YouTube, I will have a straw poll, sort of asking people to guess where the next raid is going to be and what the new zone is going to be. So probably 2 straw polls, having the new things coming, so that when BlizzCon happens, we can actually see it together and see how on point chat was. Willing to prevent it, Anduin will do some type of self-sacrifice. It is possible. I can go through it all at 3 times speed, but I don't know the lore well enough to know which came true and which didn't. Caldana, I wouldn't even ask you to do that. I don't think we're getting a new zone in 9.1, maybe 9.2. Arias, the problem with that is, so I have it on I'd say about 70% confirmation that Mechagon was actually supposed to be 8.1. It was between Mechagon and Ajara, right? Najata for 8.1. But because Battle for Azeroth was so broken, it had to be pushed back to 8.2. So that's why they had 2 new zones in 8.2 rather than just 1 new zone with every single patch. I have it on very good authority that this expansion, they're particularly focused on making massive, right? massive patch one or patch content patches. Yes, but we also have them prolonging the launch of 9.1 longer than we've ever had in the past, Aureus. So much longer than what we've ever had in the past. I mean, they're now coming out for the first time ever with a 9.0.5 patch. I've asked a lot of people, right, about this, and almost everyone I've asked, none of us remember in the history of World of Warcraft, at least, them doing 0.5 patches. I mean, 0.5 patches is a thing, but it's usually 8.1.5, 8.2.5, 8.3.5, right? It's almost never been a 0.5 patch. Well, there you go. So if the last time they've had that was TBC, that's a long ass time ago, right? Especially men, you can't press the button. What do you mean? No, people don't press that like. Never press the like button. You're not allowed to press the like button. It is forbidden. Why, Otto? Why are you not allowed to press the like button? Mash the like button. The like button is, I mean, it is the single most powerful tool on the whole fucking, on the whole of YouTube when it comes to getting your videos out there. This is how the history of patches looks, by the way. Here we go. Let's quickly see here. Yeah, but to be fair, this was also back in the day when Blizzard did all manner of weird patches, Andy. This was really before their, shall we say, more structured approach, if you will. I guess you can call it more structured approach, right? But they also have sort of all the in-between patches here. But you can see test fit, yeah. So, see, they're fucking including all hotfixes as well, which is very annoying to read, very annoying to follow. But yeah, you can see ever since Blizzard have come up with this sort of, shall we call it 0.1, 0.1.1, 1.5, 0.2, 2.5, and 0.3 patches, you can see pretty much ever since Legion, the Blizzard have followed this sort of patch structure. There's never been a 0.0.5 patch. Previously, Blizzard did pretty much whatever the fuck they wanted with patches. They had, in Wrath, for example, they had a 3.0.1, 3.0.2, 3.0.3, 3.0.8, 3.0.8a, 3.0.9, 3.1, 3.1.1, 3.1.1a, 3.1.2. So you can see how much of a fuck up it was previously. Yeah, so pre-standard patch cycle was very different, right? Whereas in Legion, I think, based on what I'm seeing here, Legion really was the first time Blizzard hunkered down into a, you know, 0.1, 0.15, 0.2, 0.25, 0.3, 0.35 sort of thing. Oh, you know, how you doing, bro? Pumanki, how you doing? It feels like notifications are an intrusion. Yes. I don't want to do notifications unless I have to. Pyromonster, how you doing, bro? The shocking 10.0 and beyond story revealed. Pyromonster, do you got your hands on it? Do you think the light will see Anduin as tainted by death? The same way as Zerali, if Zaval does something to him. If so, if Anduin... No, Lockdog, not necessarily. So, again, we'd have to... It is difficult to figure out. You're making Balila thumbnails. I mean, that would work, Pyromonster. If you pushed out a video, oh my god, you will never guess what 10.0 is going to be. You get a ton of views. You might get a lot of people very angry because it is sort of... It's weird. I think the only YouTuber in the WoW space that can get away with clickbait is Balila. And I think it's because his community just sort of knows that's what he does, right? So they've sort of accepted it. Oh, shit. Pyro, you have to see this. So some of my community members are making memes, like a lot of fucking memes. Just trying to see where. All right, so there's two memes that I want to show you. Look at this. So this is the first one. You have the fucking Mount Rushmore of, shall we say, lore speculation, or whatever the fuck it's called. But this is not my favorite one. My favorite one is actually this one, which, my community's been asking for us to do a podcast together for a while. So they made this one. I don't know why I fucking like this one so much, but it is just funny as fuck. Oh my god. But yeah, so this has been sort of, I don't know. This has been my community's favorite pastime for the last few weeks. This one is perhaps one of the fucking best ones. If we ever do a podcast together, this needs to be the thumbnail. This absolutely needs to be the thumbnail. I think in 2 ways, 10.0 could be like, either Zaval is finally free and prepared to move on to. So Blizzard have almost never, like, in very remote circumstances, will Blizzard have a big bad of an expansion move over to the next one, right? Which is something I've wanted for a long time, where, you know, we don't have a single threat in a single fucking expansion, and then it ends in that expansion. I believe it was actually in Legion where I said the Burning Legion could serve more than just a single expansion threat. Right? You could have had the Burning Legion, and then you could have had the whole taking down of Sargeras and his armies in the next expansion, right? But Blizzard seems intent on just, there's a max level threat, we're going to take it down in this expansion. Think about, again, BFA, right? You have BFA shaped up to be the N'Zoth expansion, so to speak, and then what do? We take him down in a single fucking patch, dude. Like, a tat. This big of a threat, single patch. Well, this seems fun. Macmillan, how you doing, bro? We'll look into it. We definitely have to, Pyro. But your work keeps you busy as fuck, man. Like, I've only seen you now posting again. Like, you seem busy. As long as you're enjoying it, though, I guess that's fine. But did you take some time off for BlizzCon, or are you not taking time off for BlizzConline? Nice to see you posting videos on YouTube again. Video about brokers was great. Nice to see you back. Well, we had TBC WOD Legion. Well, yes, Digit, but the question was specifically, do we think in 10.0 Zuval will finally be free to do whatever the fuck he wants? And I said, I doubt that. It doesn't seem like something Blizzard wants to do. Blizzard really doesn't seem interested in moving someone that was supposed to be a threat in one expansion to the next expansion. The new Akko Kong meme? I have not, Lockdog. Where is it? Is it this one? No. I don't know what the fuck this meme is, by the way. Off through the 20th, so I'll be around for it. Nice, Sparrow. Fucking nice. So your like business or whatever, it didn't shut down during this time? Like, you guys could still keep working and shit. Bro, you know this one is probably going to get me into trouble again with the fucking Twitter people. That's good. It's fucking good, Pyro. I don't know. Here in South Africa is a fuck up, dude. The is a fuck up. The amount of companies that's closing down, just straight up. And I'm talking like small businesses. The amount of small businesses that had like 5-10 employees, that's just they can't keep open. I don't know. It is sort of fucking scary. Get upset, called them geographically illiterate. Anyways, bro, I just wanted to stop by. I gotta get my shit going. All right, Power Monster, thank you much for hanging out, dude. See you later, bro. All right, chat. Say goodbye to Pyromancer, and then we'll get into the theory for tonight. Wish him luck for work today. Is that really why is that all I'm good for, chat? Yeah, fuck you, fat boy. Get into the theory. That's why we're here. Is that all I'm good for, chat? We've had enough of you talking to us. Get into the fucking theory now. Tell me about it. Echo, Germany all in lockdown, and it's getting only extended and extended. Dance monkey. Yep, that's all I'm good for. Hold up, I'm first checking my stocks. Fuck! I bought this too early. No! Why did I do that? I'm a little upset now. I should have fucking waited. Well, this isn't actually stock. I'm buying crypto. It's on such a nice fucking downward spiral as well. I could have bought this so low. I probably need to buy more. What do you guys think, chat? Let me show you. Buy more, or do you think it's gonna fall more? Do you think it's gonna fall even more? It's sitting here right now. Do you think it will fall more? So buy more into it, or just sit on it for a while? You know, Gecko. Pride coming before the fall. Meme edition. Rhino Stain, how you doing? What renown level are you now? Oh, Elite TV, I haven't played for a while. So I'm still, I think, on 20 something. Can't remember exactly. Legit, I will listen to him talk about anything. Abador, I'm happy to hear that. Daydreaming, oh fuck, that's worse. How much can you afford to buy? If you can outbuy the drop, then you can manipulate the market. I mean, I could buy a bit more. Right now, I'm sort of waiting for this thing to fall, right? Because Elon Musk has so much control over Dogecoin, right? So Dogecoin is, shall we say, Elon Musk wants people to sell right now. So I think I'm gonna wait. I want to wait till it drops to about, like, if we can drop to about 4,000, which is here, I will buy all of it. Like, I will buy as much as they can fucking sell me. Just insta. Because I think this thing is gonna peak. And what's nice, if you buy this low, right? So if you buy at about 4,000, yeah? 0.4,000. If it peaks up to where it was previously, if it peaks up to there, that is an insane amount of profit that you make right there. And it's fucking crypto. It will grow, right? It will fucking grow. There's no way it won't grow. Eli, thank you so much. Really appreciate that. After stream today and after I'm done with my D&D session, you are going to class 3 days in a row, skipping school. Yeah, we have to do that, Apocalypse. So this is the other one I've got my eye on, but it does not want to fucking drop. It just will not drop. Look at this thing. It is just hovering right there. It will not. It keeps hovering around this mark. And I want this thing to take a fucking nosedive into, like, back into year. So I bought, the first time I bought, I already own some of BitTorrent, but I bought it year, when it was year. This is where I bought it. I think I have something like almost 200,000 BitTorrents on my name. So if this thing ever peaks to $1, that is ka-ching, bro. That is fucking ka-ching. If this thing just peaks to $1, I have 200 and something thousand dollars. Right? That's all it needs to do is just peak to $1, which isn't hard. All of the cryptos eventually do it, right? All of these cryptos eventually fucking go up. So Bitcoin is too much. It's 772,000 Rand. That is insane, and it keeps growing. So Bitcoin is just not time is money, friend. Exactly, Rotio. Anyways, I just quickly wanted to take a look at my Dogecoin. I think at the end of the stream, hopefully by the end of the stream, we're sitting at around 6,000. I'll buy some more, and then I'll wait for it to drop to 4,000 to buy the rest of it. If it drops even lower, I'm going all in. Like, if it fucking drops below 2,000, I'm dropping a full 1K on this bad boy. And then I'll just sit on it. Yeah, I am not an expert. I'm not telling you to fucking buy. In fact, don't buy now. Wait for it to drop. Wait for it to drop. And this is not investment advice. What the fuck do I know? Do I look like a millionaire to you? But I want to buy everything. If it drop, oh my god, dude. If it drops to here, I'm buying all of it. Because it has spiked quite high in the past. So let's hope it keeps dropping. Let's hope it keeps dropping. Alright, sorry, guys. I just quickly wanted to fucking check that. Just quickly wanted to see what's happening there with my cryptos. I will tell you though, I have made a lot of fucking money today. I've made over $100 today on Ripple and on Ripple and Ethereum. So Ripple and Ethereum, I've made over $100 today, just on those two, and it's still going up. So fucking good game. Actually, I'm up 2,000 almost, 2,000 Rand at the moment, but just today, over $100. Ubungo, thank you very much for tier 1 sub, dude. Really fucking appreciate that. 5 months in a row. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Only good if you sell near peak or it gives dividend, else nothing happens. Don't have money today. Still doesn't pay his mods. Bro, I'm not taking that money out. I just make the money and then I buy new things with it. Like, I don't take this money out. This money needs to go to a mill. Like, once this money hits a mill, then we can talk about dragging it out. Like, taking it out of the wallets. But it is just cryptos. Still no barbecue stream. You will get your fucking barbecue stream later. Fucking with you and the dude who thought I'd buy him a laptop. Wait, someone thought you would buy him a laptop? Who asked that, Alpocalypse? Not so much weight. You have a bobblehead. Great work. Tasty, thank you very much. Really appreciate that. I don't know if having a bobblehead is a good thing, though. Like, what's a bobblehead? Is my head now bigger than my body? Is this where we are now? But yeah, okay. So now that I know that what I'm doing next, I know what I'm buying next. Just wanted to make sure that I'm buying the right thing next. Not gonna name names, but I got a DM asking if I could buy him a laptop because his house burned down. Wow. That is sort of priorities, right? So I just lost my house. Would you buy me a laptop? I'll sit on the fucking corner and play video games. I just need a laptop, please. Like, can you imagine that? Your house just burned down, bro. Maybe ask for money for a house. That might be better, right? That might be a better thing to ask for. Anyways. Sorry about that, but I had to fucking do it. OnlyFans is a fucking big cuppa. Yeah, seems like the bot is dead. So, set everyone's house on fire for a laptop? No, not for a fucking laptop. If I'm gonna set your house on fire, I'm gonna do it for something better than a laptop. Like a desktop maybe, but fuck laptops. No one cares about a laptop. You shouldn't be using a laptop. I've never owned a laptop, so, you know, there is that, right? Okay, so let's quickly talk, guys. Let's talk about today's theory, because that's why all of you are here, I'm assuming. And if you're not here for that, I fucking love you, but you need to be here for this, because this is important. We have to talk about theories, right? That's what we do. That's what we do every day. All right, so this theory, full disclaimer, pretty out there. Fairly out there. I would say maybe not as crazy as Sundays, although it could be even more crazy than Sundays. This theory, of course, is brought to you compliments of Apocalypse. This theory is Apocalypse theory. He is the one that sort of sparked it. I'm trying to think now. Let me just quickly see. Escaping the Maw. I want the exact. Right. Okay. So I have it here. Tongue is out. The tongue isn't out yet, but the tongue will come out soon. Very fucking soon. Okay. So now that I have this this cinematic ready, we can quickly start talking. All right, so everyone knows who the Primus is. At least we know of the Primus, right? This theory, by the way, is not really going into the Maldraxxus theory, even though the Maldraxxus theory might be connected to it in a way. In a sort of roundabout way, there might be a connection to this theory. But there's been big conversations, and I mean, we've all been privy to them, right? We've all been a part of them. We've had these conversations over on Discord. We've had these conversations on YouTube, even here on Twitch. We've been talking about this conversation non-stop. The Primus, the Rune Carver, and the Jailer. The big conversation, of course, comes in, who is the Primus, who is the Rune Carver, and who is the Jailer? The Primus sort of is the only one that speaks of Zuval as a brother. We've discussed this already. There is a theory up on the channel right now, literally dealing with that very discussion. We had it last week, I think Tuesday or Wednesday. We were talking about Zuval and the Primus and the whole brother-sister thing that just does not seem to compute. None of the other Eternal Ones ever refer to Zuval as brother. They refer to him as monster. Nathria speaks of him as friend and as master, but never brother. It's only the Primus that refers to Zuval as brother. Now, of course, the Rune Carver, when we first saw the Rune Carver, and we first saw the endgame cinematics where Zuval, or the Jailer, is extracting memories from the Rune Carver, it's sort of, you know, everyone's, shall we say, imagination got sparked in that moment. Everyone started to have questions. Who is the Rune Carver? Now, I myself, very early on, made a very sweeping statement, and I just said, it has to be the Primus. The problem, or the reason I believe this, is the similarities that exist between these two. So there are very clear similarities between the Primus and the Rune Carver that just can't be ignored. The Primus is said to have been a master weaponsmith, right? Or a blacksmith, rather. This guy's weapons were so important that throughout the quest line of Maldraxxus, it was the only way to stop the war. It was the only way to win the war against the House of the Chosen and against the other houses that have gone rogue, was to get it into the seat of the Primus, because only with his weapons would we stand any chance of stopping the House of the Chosen and the other houses that have gone rogue. So it goes to show that this guy knows what is up. But there's a couple of other things we've also sort of in the meantime we've learned about the Primus, things that's become almost intertwined with him and might be used to give us a little bit more information on what exactly is going on here. We know that at some point the Primus made a deal with someone who we don't exactly know, but a deal to see all of the timelines. You see, the Primus is said to be a master tactician as well. You see, he's not only a blacksmith, not only someone who builds insane weapons, but he's also a master tactician. This is why he was tasked with defending or ruling over the realm that need to defend the Shadowlands, because he can see every single timeline. He can plan for everything that needs to happen. This is, by the way, why he wanted this ability to see the different timelines, was so that he could plan for every single thing that could potentially go wrong. One might argue that the reason he wanted this in the first place may have been to stop Zuval. Because only by seeing the entirety of the timelines would you ever be able to know how to defeat someone that is literally said to be Titan++. I mean, this guy clearly, Zuval clearly has a lot of power. So how do you stop him? Well, you have to be able to stop everything he does. Now, we also know that the Primus is gone right now. The Primus says that if you're seeing this message, then I have fallen. Zuval has turned his weapons, his chains into weapons. So we know that he is gone, and that's simply why my argument was, well, clearly then he must be the rune carver. The jailer abducted him, or Zuval abducted him, threw him into Torghast and chained him up. And slowly but surely he's been extracting all of his memories to take it for himself. You see, this is where things get really interesting, and you may have noticed throughout this entire discussion that I've been separating the jailer and Zuval. Over on the Discord, and I realize that this is going to sound very crazy to a lot of you, but over on the Discord, we no longer believe that Zuval and the jailer is the same thing. There is a reason for this, and we're going to get to that reasoning fairly soon. Let me just very quickly, I just want to change this to World of Warcraft, because we are talking about World of Warcraft and I'm still in just chatting. Doesn't require 4 fingers, while Primus has only 3. Metrobricks, no. There's 2 statues inside Maldraxxus that showcases the rune carver. The rune carver has 5 fingers, and the one statue inside the building of the seat of the Primus only has 4. But the statue that literally is the building of the seat of the Primus, literally the seat where the Primus is taking his seat, that statue has 5, right? So it could, the statues could just have been creative liberty, right? Where you make him just so that it looks like it. The biggest statue also has 5 fingers. So 5 fingers, you know, but basically that was sort of my belief system at the time, right? But okay, so to get back to it, we see Zuval a couple of times, right, in Shadowlands. Or do we? We know at least we've seen a cinematic of Zuval. Let's just quickly see here. Zuval chained. Can't remember what these cinematics are called. Sort of trying to look. Where the fuck is the cinematic? Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. What was the cinematic called where we saw the jailer chained down? It ends literally with him. I think it was called the Shadowlands Reveal trailer or something like that. Hold up, let me just quickly see. Ah, here we go. I have it. It was the launch cinematic. Alright, so let's just quickly... This is where we see Zuval for the very first time. Like, actually see him fully chained down. Previously, we've seen a ton of Zuval, right? We saw it in the features trailer, where Sylvanas sort of right at the end shows up in front of Zuval, and he's sort of hunkered down, chained down. But this is higher CGI, I guess you can say, and we see Zuval here again.
Beyond the veil lies the Shadowlands, where every soul has its place.
Beyond the veil.
All right, so here's something interesting, right? Something that, like I said, we have to talk about. This is the launch cinematic Beyond the Veil, where we see him chained up. The question that almost everyone has had since then is, why do we see him chained up here, right? We see him chained up in the original cinematic, the feature cinematic with Sylvanas, but now he's free to move around. Now he can walk around, he can move around. He's clearly no longer chained up. Why? What caused this? What made him free? Now, you could argue, well, you know, he's free because of anima. Well, that's not technically true, because the things that holds him together is the physical realms of the Shadowlands. Each of the realms is a different chain, so to speak. It keeps him locked up, and the heart of the forest in Ardenweald is the ultimate chain. If the heart of the forest falls, then he will truly be free. Until such time, he is chained up. Now, I sort of got around this by simply saying, well, maybe, just maybe it has to do with maybe projection, right? What we see of him now isn't actually him. He's projecting himself into the maw. He is still chained up here. But you see, a lot of people within the community, Apocalypse included, started to go further. They started to say, we see him chained up very similar to how we see the Primus chained up, in a very similar manner. The jailer clearly has characteristics and looks exactly like Zuval would look. But here's the biggest question. What if this isn't Zuval? There was an interview. Let me just point this out to you. There was an interview, I think 2 months ago, 3 months ago maybe. We covered it on the channel, where Steve the Newser was asked very specifically, will the jailer be the final boss of the expansion? And we know that Ian said yes. He is the big bad of the expansion, right? 100% confirmed. He is the big bad of the expansion, and big bads of expansions is always the final boss. But this time around, they said, well, you know, a lot of things can change, actually. That hasn't been written in stone yet, whether or not he will be the last boss of the expansion. And this is where I sort of started to think after Apocalypse shared his theory with me, but okay, what if they weren't lying? what if the jailer won't be the final boss of the expansion because the jailer and Zuval is not the same thing. They're not the same entity. The jailer simply fell to Zuval. Now, we'll continue watching this because it's just cool, but there's nothing really there's nothing really more to see in this cinematic, but I do love the fucking pan into his face and just the close-up of him.
Lies darkness, where every soul has its place.
All right. So now most of you at this point, right, would be asking the question, but Akalon, if he isn't, so if Zuval, the jailer, the Primus, and the Rune Carver, if all of them are different things and work very differently, then what exactly is going on here? How exactly does this theory come together? Well, this is where Apocalypse got triggered as fuck in this cinematic. Now, I hope I have the right cinematic here. I believe I do. Yes. Okay. So let me quickly show you guys this. Take a look at the bottom of the screen where people are talking, right?
You won't succeed.
Such a narrow vision. You disappoint me. No matter. We will find what we seek. In another.
Anduin! How badly are you hurt?
I will live. I'm relieved you're all safe.
These bonds are too strong to break by force. We must find a way to free him.
I will do...
Is that pitiful?
Pay attention to how everyone else speaks and their name goes before what they're saying. Everyone. In every cinematic, in every single in-game cinematic in the entirety of Shadowlands, when someone speaks, it says the person that's saying it, and then the sentence that they're saying.
I find your spirit unworthy. Bane! No! Nothing escapes the law. Yield to the inevitable.
They've stopped their advance. The light is with me. Even here. Go, champion! Go!
Interesting.
You have failed.
No. I have precisely what I need.
Every single name. Except for his. Now, you could make an argument here and say, well, you know, maybe it was just to keep the mystery alive, but there is really no mystery here, right? We've already been told that the jailer rules this realm. It's told to us literally in the fucking cave. Jaina fills us in on everything that she's learnt up until this point. She shows us the jailer. She shows us him standing there with Sylvana. So we know that it's the jailer. There's no mystery here. It's not meant to be a mystery. We know he is the jailer and he should be the jailer. They named him as nothing. Instead, they keep his name completely and utterly open. Al Knight, if you know what we know after speaking to Terran Gregory about the insane amount of effort that goes into every single one of these in-game cinematics, the amount of months that they spend on these cinematics to make them, everything is chosen specifically because it must be there. Now, this is literally from the developers themselves who make these cinematics. They do not fucking skip anything. Every scene that they go through is triple checked to ensure that they have everything that they want in there and remove everything that they don't want in there. So they make extra sure that these things always launch as perfect as it should be. Now, there could be a number of things that happened here, right? There could be a number of reasons for it. But at the end of the day, the fact that his name isn't there is still sort of interesting, right? It is still sort of interesting. For what faces do you want, Ordo? Bro, you swearing at me is not going to help this go any faster. In fact, you swearing at me will definitely slow this down considerably. I go into the more right the hell now. My second to last character, who was not there. So if you tell me which faces you want to see side by side, because their faces are similar. The face is definitely similar. At least, I mean, this is high CGI, right? So you're almost never going to get an exact view of it. But the faces are similar here. I wouldn't say that. Right, so you have...
You have failed.
Based on what I'm seeing, it's the same. So I definitely wouldn't, like, to me, this is the exact same person, right? This is the jailer that they want us to believe is the jailer. I don't see any difference. I mean, this is high CGI, right? So there's always going to be, genuinely, there's always going to be differences because this is high CGI, this is in-game. And in-game and high CGI will have differences, but no. I get where you were wanting to go with it, Odo. And I think it's a good plan to want to go there. But no. I don't think that conspiracy is real. At least not from what I can say. Or from what I could see. Anyways, let's just get back to the actual discussion of the theory. So is there any questions right now about this theory? Any questions that people sort of, or maybe ideas that you guys have come up with since we started talking about this? The jailer in the Rune Cover cinematic, his name when he speaks in the cinematic. That's fine, but this first cinematic, it's not been fixed yet. If it was an error, they would have fixed it by now. The Corbus, how you doing, bro? I don't think it's an error. They did put the jailer, but I don't think that... I think the reason they left it open is because Zuval and the jailer isn't the same. Well, this is where we get into sort of the different theories, right? So let's go back to the Primus. Let's talk about the Primus here, right? the idea behind this, what we've been sold, let's just go back to what Blizzard told us. Blizzard told us that Zuval is the ultimate enemy of the expansion. He is the jailer, the banished one, the evil one, whatever the hell you want to call him, right? Zuval is a name that we have, but it's almost never linked to the jailer. Zuval is simply a name. Most in the Shadowlands don't even mention him by name. They mention him as the banished one. And I've had there's been a conversation with Telenara and the other sort of keepers of the Arbiter where they actually also seem to sometimes draw distinction between the jailer and the banished one, where they'll talk about the banished one and then they'll talk about the jailer in the next sentence. And while it seems to be the same person, the fact that they keep switching between names, naming him banished one or naming him the jailer, might suggest something else has happened here. Now, I'm not saying it is. This is why I say this could be a very crazy theory, and it most likely is unlikely to be true. But let's go back to the Primus, because I think the Primus is the secret to this entire conversation. We know that the Primus is the leader of Maldraxxus. We know that he is said to be a master tactician that can see the different timelines through some deal that he made with someone. Now, what if in order to do what he needed to do, in order to banish his own brother, he had to get rid of certain parts of himself? A man that can see the different timelines will know which parts is most vulnerable. So he split himself, and we know that this is possible, by the way. The Primus wouldn't be the first, even in the WoW universe, to split parts of himself. And in most other fantasy worlds, you have similar things like this, right? Where you simply take parts of his... Arthas did this. When Arthas ripped out his heart, and you see the little boy right at the end of Icecrown Citadel, where you see the little boy, Arthas literally ripped out the part of himself that kept him human, right? That kept him from doing what was ultimately necessary. So it is possible. It's been done in the history of World of Warcraft. We have multiple instances of this, not necessarily happening, but sort of in the process of happening, right? So there is definitely an argument to be made that this is a possibility. We've even argued that Zuval may have done this, ripped out parts of himself in order to sort of keep, to keep the upper hand, if you will. So here's the theory that all of this boils down to for me, if I can even fucking word it correctly. The Primus knew that his knowledge of weapon making is too important, too valuable to be with him. You see, he knew that he was the prime target of Zuval. He understood this. He knew that Zuval would come for him. And if Zuval got his hands on him, it would be a matter of time before Zuval broke him. And if Zuval breaks him, then it's over. Because Zuval would have all of his tactics, his knowledge over the timelines, his ability to create epic weapons, and what we now see, literally weapons that could reveal the secrets of the first ones, and an ability to escape, all with a single capture. So the Primus comes up with a plan. He forges himself into 3 different beings. One of them is the Rune Carver, a being similar to the Primus in almost every single way, but this being's only knowledge really is making weapons, and he keeps that being safe. He ensures that that being can't be accessed by the jailer. See, so basically putting up hurdles between the jailer's ultimate freedom and himself. He makes the jailer, so he casts another part of himself out. And to me, and at least to the mods that we've spoken about on this, it seems almost like he's part of hope. Hope that his brother would return to them, if that makes sense. Hope that his brother isn't as evil as he thinks he is, as everyone thinks he is. Why else would, I mean, the whole point of this discussion, where everything started really, if we go back to the origins of why we've argued this, it seems like the jailer is incomplete. The fact that there is a hole in his chest tells us that something is missing. What if it's not something that's missing? What if it's something that's never been there? In other words, when he was created, when the Primus created him, he didn't give him anything. He left him without his mind, so to speak, without his soul. This was simply the part of the Primus that kept holding on to hope. And of course, this theory is way too deep. I literally said that when we started the theory. You don't have to follow it. You don't have to believe it. I'm giving you a theory. You don't have to follow it. Like, legit, you don't have to believe in it. It is just a fun thing to think about, and it's a fun thing to actually dive into. The whole point of theories, and I just want to point this out. You do yourself a massive disservice when you listen to a theory and go, nah, bro, not true. Because you've just taken a whole arc of storytelling, potential fun, and you've said, no, I'm not going to look at that. It's the equivalent of religious people not wanting to watch a movie because it might fuck up their religion. That's literally what you're doing. I never said that I believe in this theory. In fact, I don't. I don't think anything that I'm telling you now is true. Like, not a single word of it. Because I think there's simpler ways to explain it. But the fact that the theory exists makes it more fun. Because now we get to go, okay, but wait a second. What if it is true? See, and that's where the fun lies. That's where the fun lies. It's when you go, wait, this, if it is true, then this means that there's three Primuses, so three characters of the Primus. We've not even met Zuval yet. Zuval is still maybe inside Torgos somewhere, right? What does that mean for the future of the story? Like, what does that do for the future of WoW, or future of the Shadowlands, rather? Throwing Bane from the tower, they give him a name. There, the jailer. Actually, they name him Der Kerkermeister, which translates to the jailer. What are you talking about? I'm rolling on floor laughing. I'm just wondering something, Akalon, and made me think, who is Sylvanas talking to then the whole time? As I'm aware, she calls him the jailer. I'm pretty sure she would be aware of his condition, right? Not necessarily Digit. If we are correct, if this is true, right, what we would be getting here is the jailer, the part of the Primus that believed that his brother could be saved, have been corrupted by his own brother. It says that his brother turned his chains into weapons. What if that's how he did it? The Primus cast himself out as the jailer. He took the part of him as the jailer to keep Zuval inside his prison. Over time, Zuval has started to almost infect this part of the Primus to the point where this part of the Primus now wholly believes in the sort of mission of Zuval. So the jailer believes in the mission of Zuval. So Sylvanas is serving the jailer to free Zuval. This is what they're trying to do. You see, the problem for me with the whole idea about the jailer is what is he jailing? That's where all of this sort of becomes a huge point of contention for me. If you are a jailer, then surely something must be jailed. What? What is it that is jailed that you need to watch over? If you are the very thing that they tried to fucking jail in the first place, then surely we do not put Charles Manson in a prison where he is also the fucking warden, do we? Like, just quick question. Would anyone trust that prison? Would anyone go, yeah, sure, we can put Charles Manson in a prison where he is also the warden? Most of us would go, not quite. This is not gonna fucking work. And yet they decide to put the jailer, the most evil. If we're talking about irredeemable souls, because I see a lot of people in chat going, no, but he's jailing the irredeemable souls. The Maw is inescapable. The Maw is inescapable. You don't need a jailer to keep the irredeemable souls inside the Maw. Once they're in the Maw, they're in the Maw. There's no getting out of the Maw. It's the ultimate prison. If we had a prison that you could not escape from, then you wouldn't need a jailer. Because, well, where are they going to go? They could jump off the side, but that just takes care of the problem, right? Also, very few souls actually ever made it into the Maw. Very few souls. So, him being the jailer of the Maw makes no sense to me. The jailer must be the jailer of something so big that if that thing escapes, the Maw would no longer be inescapable to him. In other words, he is powerful enough to escape even the Maw, a place that was made inescapable, so to speak. So is actually the cage they put the prisoner in, then dropped him in the Maw? I have Hug the Drop Bear. I kind of like that theory. That could definitely make sense. So his body physically became the very cage that keep him locked up, right? So he is the jailer of whatever it is. Now, I have a different theory that I'm going to share with you guys tomorrow, which is actually not such a crazy theory. It has to do with the purpose, and very specifically, we'll be looking into what I think ultimately happens and what is happening currently within the Shadowlands. But that's a theory that we'll talk about tomorrow. Right now, however, just to sort of close this one off before I go to you, chat, and sort of get your ideas on it. Like I said, I don't know if any of this is true. In fact, I have every reason to believe that none of it is true. But it's interesting to think about. It's interesting to sort of put in the back of your mind and mull over and go, what if the Primus, knowing full well how powerful his brother is, knowing full well that his brother will at some point, because remember, he's got access to all of the timelines. So he sees the timeline wherein his brother captures him and extracts all of the secrets from him. So instead, or in order to protect those secrets, he actually splits himself into different beings to ensure that that even if he gets captured, the jailer would not have access to all of the other parts of him. And perhaps, yes, he did actually create the jailer as the ultimate prison of Zuval, the one that was meant to keep Zuval locked up. Don't know if it's true. Do know that it's interesting to think about. What do you think, chat? But wouldn't slitting him make him weaker and not stronger? But then it depends on what parts of you destroy, right? Or remove. I don't necessarily think it would make him weaker, because it would depend on how he created these beings. If this was done forcefully, then perhaps it would have caused more weakness. But even then, if you're trying to protect the future of the universe, then maybe the power that you require is not so much physical or individual, but rather strength in numbers, so to speak. Shadow Grove, how you doing? Maybe if the jailer is not in the maw, it will consume everything in the Shadowlands and the Dark Beyond. The Great Beyond. But which one, though? You like the theory, Pumanki? Eli, the problem with that is once somebody himself sort of shoots that idea in the foot. Could cut anxiety RL. Wouldn't that make you stronger? Seems solid so far. Seems possible. Akalon, in the Runecarver cinematic, the jailer called the Helm of Domination a crown fit for the King of the Damned, and the Lich King is called the Jailer of the Damned. Any connection between the Damned and whatever is jailed? Keldana, no. The Damned physically just refers to the dead, right? Those who die and is raised. So I wouldn't read too much into that. I see Threads Amani in chat. He could have been the original Arbiter affiliated with the Death Realm, and they stole whatever was in his chest to hijack the souls. Interesting. That is interesting, although it is said that he hates the Arbiter. That if he gets free, he will almost guaranteed take down the Arbiter first. Glowing eyes and a crown. Zuval has none of that. Is an artistic choice, or is Zuval not the jailer? Slave to the Cross. This theory that we had right now isn't says that Zuval and the jailer isn't the same thing. It could be pointing in that direction. Basically, what if the whole anima around the Shadowlands is preventing us to see the reality within the Shadowlands, then including the maw? You shut off all the anima, will the maw disappear or get weakened and such? It will open the true path that the mortal eyes could see it. Digit, I have no idea, but I do like the idea that anima is sort of a blinding force, although I believe that the blinding force actually comes from the very creators of the Shadowlands. That's what tomorrow's theory is going to deal with. So tomorrow's theory isn't as crazy or as way out there. It literally deals with the sepulcher and with the purpose. I don't know where the sepulcher is, but I think I know who's inside it. Akalon is the jailer because he has the best theories, and I always get hooked on his theories. Eli, thank you very much. Really appreciate that. Although I would love to be the fucking jailer. Can you imagine being on the precipice of taking down the universe? How cool would that be? I would definitely be into that. Something earlier that was saying Thros is a pocket dimension of the Emerald Nightmare. How do you think that will tie into the Drust invasion of Ardenweald if the Drust are in a dominion of chaos? So, based on the speculation that we have, Throsh is a pocket dimension inside the Emerald Nightmare, right? Well, not speculation, rumors. So this is something that a lot of people took issue with in my Drust video as well, where people went, no, dude, we know everything there is to know about the Drust. We know that they were once Vrykul that sort of fought the Kultirans. And my problem with that, right? My problem with that is that all of that is still based on rumor. It's not based on fact. The rumor suggests that they were once Vrykul and that they became cursed, and then Thros became their homeworld, and their homeworld is somewhere in the Nightmare. As to what we know about the Drust, that almost doesn't fucking exist. Like, there's almost no evidence about the Drust. They popped up in BFA. They had a realm where we learned some about them, but we generally didn't learn enough about them. So their story is still very much a secret at this point. Lexicons, no. No. Not the Arbiter. Use the epitome of twisted life magics. Same that the Drust use. I would love the idea of Thros or of the Drust dating back to the days of Galakrond, or at least that he had a hand in their creation, so to speak. I think that would be perfect. We know that Galakrond is most likely going to feature at some point in this expansion, by the way, because out of nowhere, a dragon got mentioned at BlizzCon that's been dead for a very long time. A dragon that hasn't featured in World of Warcraft in a very long time. Blizzard themselves sort of spoke about the Shadowlands and the first time we're seeing necromantic magics since the time of Galakrond. Why would they bring that up? Why would that be a thing that's even mentioned? Galakrond is... I mean, there's better ways of doing that, right? If you really wanted to talk about something that everyone would be able to understand, you would say, since the time of Arthas. Because, yeah, true. Arthas is a very good example of what the Jailer is all about. Galakrond is not, because the amount of people that actually know that actual necromancy was involved in the creation of Galakrond is frighteningly low, right? And so it was just too on the nose, if that makes sense. So just kind of are like dark shamans, where instead of drawing on spirit to balance the elements, they draw upon decay and subjugate the magics. Rhinos Dane, so according to at least what we know about the Drust, they actually use what is called... so they are death druids, if you will. They were once druids, at least as far as the rumors go. The Drust were once druids, and they've been cut off from using life magic. So they use instead death magic to channel their druidic power, if you will. So where druids channel life, they channel death. One thought came to me now. Could Runecarver be the Eternal One of Bastion? With all memories collection, he left Carestia in charge and his keeper in case he gets defeated. As last resort, he removed these memories. The problem with that, Lockdog, is that Carestia is said to have been the ruler of Bastion since the creation of the Shadowlands. Now, I don't think she's been the ruler of Bastion since the creation of the Shadowlands. I definitely do believe that she's been the ruler of Bastion since the creation of Bastion. We're drawing on decay rather than spirit. Yes, Rhinostain. They legitimately draw upon decay, death magic, basically anything that isn't life, because they've been cursed to exist in between these two realms, so to speak. They're neither dead nor are they alive. Nor are they really undead, which is the whole problem, right? We know undead characters. We know the curse that they bear. The Drust seems to be neither dead nor alive nor really undead. They seem to exist in the nowhere, so to speak. The Nathrius and Ramonia shutting down the Arbiter? I mean, when you say all signs, though, Battle.net, I do think use that with a pinch of salt, because all signs that we know of point to that. It may not have been Ramonia. It could be a million other things that shut down the Arbiter. It could legit be a million other things and we would just never know about it, right? Each Covenant leader, including Zaval, has either horns or spikes pointing up. Coincidence? I think that was just art direction, Slave. I think that's just art direction. I don't think that matters. If it was Xavius, then the problem that most people have is they all think Xavius isn't strong enough, right? They think that Xavius isn't strong enough. The problem that I have with that is Xavier's was hopped up as fuck on nightmare energy. Like Xavier's was he was overflowing with old god energy at that point. So if Xavier's died in that very moment, it wouldn't be him that took down the Arbiter. It would be the nightmare. It would legitimately be the power of the old gods, of the void, that took down the Arbiter. Phenon, so everything is questioned. I'll get my bacon soon. Bro. Someone said, isn't BlizzCon tomorrow? I don't remember it being... Is it tomorrow? Is BlizzCon tomorrow? I remember the 19th and the 20th. I don't think so. I think it's this Friday. That's the 19th is Friday. Someone said tomorrow, and I was like, can't be tomorrow. Oh yeah, but yeah, your days work a little bit differently, Oro. Yeah, here we have it. So for me, it starts 12 o'clock Saturday. So Friday 11:59, right, is when it starts for me. So Saturday 12 a.m. It starts for me, and then it goes all the way through to Saturday evening, right up until 11:30, and then on Sunday, we continue all the way into the wee early hours of the morning. So we'll be streaming both of those days, by the way. Nice, Lexi. So here's the itinerary, but I do think we've also made an actual command for that, so that you guys can see the schedule as we're going to be watching things. But for you guys that want to know now, the itinerary for BlizzCon is going to be opening ceremony. Why wouldn't we? Everyone's going to watch the opening ceremony. This is where we're going to get all the juicy fucking cinematics and shit like that. Then we're going to watch World of Warcraft What's Next. Right after that, right? Right after that, we're going to jump into World of Warcraft Deep Dive. And then we're going to actually skip World of Warcraft Voices of the Afterlife. And we're also not going to watch Making the Wandering Ancient Mount, right? We're not going to watch these two things because we are going to go straight into Diablo What's Next, Diablo Developer Roundtable, and Diablo Deep Dive, right? And that's where we'll end it. We'll give a little bit of time in between each to just sort of discuss certain things, but that's sort of going to be the World of Warcraft What's Next, Deep Dive, and then straight into Diablo What's Next, Developer Roundtable, and Deep Dive. Oh, I'll show you the pic. Wait, haven't you seen the picture of Akolam, Peanut? Let me show you. Here's Akolam. Just a renovation to suit the ideals the new Pantheon envisioned. Yeah, this is Akolam. This is me. He's plotting something. He does look like a naughty little shit, right? He looks like a naughty little shit. He looks like he's planning already to fuck shit up. I mean, you're looking at him there, and he's looking at you and going, you have no idea what I'm thinking, but this is gonna be absolutely fucking awesome. If you remember that Devos used name Jailer as well, I hope we will get a cinematic, something like that. How Devos and how the Jailer have interacted and how Forsworn have arisen. Also, by the way, I'm currently doing lore theory about the conflict cycle in the past and present, and the purpose that connects all of it from the very core or root from it. Digit, I'd love to see your results on that. Just took a dump in your slippers. that is the sort of face he's got, right? I just pooed in your shoe, and you ain't gonna catch me, bitch. It's sort of the fucking smile he's got on his face. Looks nice and chill, but in a sec, he gonna fuck you up. Like he has a theory. It is a cute fucking lamb, though. Cute as shit. It's a lot of work hand rearing like lambs. What's the plan after the theory? Should check out what we've done on Valheim. He does get as much food into him as possible. We are keeping him as a pet. The others go for meat. Nice. Lamb is fucking brilliant. I'm actually having lamb tonight. Enoch, I'll definitely come check it out. I don't know yet if we're gonna do I don't know yet if we're gonna do if we're gonna play anything else tonight. Just because I have a couple of things that still need to be taken care of before Blizzconline. So I thought I'd just hang out with you guys for a bit, discuss some WoW shit, and then call the stream. But I will be online later. So right after this, I have a meeting with Apocalypse. Like after he's D&D tonight, I have a meeting with Apocalypse that I need to sort of figure out my DMing for my one-shot. When are you playing Phasmophobia again? Tatiana, probably next week. I don't think we can do it this week, and the reason for that is we have tomorrow night still for some discussions and hanging out, and then on Friday is BlizzCon, right? And then the weekend is going to be all BlizzCon because I'm streaming Friday and Saturday night, and then hopefully I can do Sunday on YouTube. But then we also have like it's just a giant fuck up. This week is a fuck up for everything. I've had so many meetings trying to get the website the way that I want it. Meeting with a different platform to see if that could work better. So yeah, this week is just a little bit of a fuck up to do like different games, but we'll probably get into Phasmophobia next week again. I also want to get into Dead by Daylight. Not Dead by Daylight, 7 Days to Die. I've had a ton of people asking me about 7 Days to Die, so I need to get into that as well. Play Among Us. We should do a reverse hide and seek. Crewmate Vision 0.25, Imposter Vision 1.25. Wouldn't that be nearly impossible to do then? I suck at that game, Tatiana, because I'm tense and scared as fuck in that game. I hate scary games. 6 chains representing 3 cycles that take 2 sides interrupting. The will of one be aware and the hidden in between. If I can ask you guys to try to get me a huntsman bow and an iron axe for tomorrow, I'm going to hardcore explore the swamp. I'm glad you guys found it funny. I genuinely did not enjoy it as much. Seen it played. Makes for great jump scares. What? Dead by Daylight or 7 Days to Die? But I've seen you guys playing Valheim a fuck ton. You haven't seen the fun we've had, Akalon. There is so much more now. We want to keep it now. The problem is I've missed so much of the exploration of it. I play the fuck out of Phasmophobia. Rhinos, then I don't. I've played it once with Alex B on his birthday, and I haven't touched that game since. I have not fucking touched it. Because I am legit, like, I'm a scaredy cat when it comes to games like that. I don't like being scared. I don't like getting, I fucking hate being, shall we say, I hate being stressed. Playing Stick Fight, the game. Would love to see you play it. I've never played Stick Fight. Gotten into the Dead by Daylight craze. There's people asking me for Dead by Daylight as well, but I've never played that. Well, actually, I'm lying. I did play it once. You should just come on before you end stream and look at what we've made. Find a circuit swamp that might be better. Call it your outro. Alright, we'll do that. I mean, you guys can expect shorter streams this week because Friday we have very long streams, right? And I'm trying to I'm trying to get like as many things done as possible before we jump into BlizzCon. Because when BlizzCon hits, that's no life for me, right? So after every stream, I end up making 4 or 5 videos. Dragon Wolf, how you doing, bro? So my schedule, when you guys go to sleep after BlizzCon or go do whatever the fuck you want, after BlizzCon, I stop making videos. I usually, during BlizzCon weeks, so whenever we have BlizzCon, I sleep 3, maybe 4 hours at most. At most. For the whole week. Just because it's constant work. So I'm trying to get everything in place so that once BlizzCon hits, I can do all that shit and not have to worry about anything else. Well, this stream and tomorrow, Odo. So this stream counts as 1 day. Tomorrow counts as another day. That is 2. Can I show you how many times you have seen the cinematic with Anduin and Sylvanas? Oh my god. Probably upwards of 100 times now. Eli. Not because... So I never watch it just for fun. Right? I never just watch it for fun. I keep watching it because I keep thinking that I missed something. I will ping you when I'm done for your teaching session. All right, Apocalypse. I'll keep an eye on my Discord. But yeah, I'm. It's not just that cinematic, by the way, Eli. I basically watch every single cinematic that has launched since the launch of Shadowlands multiple times a week, if not at least once a week. Because I'm always going back to the older cinematics to try and see if there's something I missed. Is there something that might be different? Is there something that maybe with everything that I know now, looking back at it, would teach me something else, right? So, it's not just for Shadowlands, it's for every single expansion. In BFA, I did the exact same thing with all the fucking cinematics they had there. I must have watched Old Soldier, oh my god, 200 times, if not 300 times almost. Because at some point you start focusing on every sentence, every word. What are they talking about? Why are they saying this? Is it saying it in a certain way that might be impactful? Juak, how you doing, man? There's probably an Easter egg for Shadowlands back in Mop. I mean, Blizzard loves their Easter eggs. They love their Easter eggs. Whether there was one in a cinematic, I don't know. I mean, Mop already predicted Legion, right? We already had in Mop the prediction for Legion. So Blizzard definitely loves their things. Alright, Slaves meme. What do you guys think? I got a drop. Tablet of Obleron. Do you think it was the name of the Maw before it was the Maw? Can't bloody remember the white text on it. Tablet of Obleron. Oh my god, if you could give me the white text on that, Lexi, that would be amazing. If there is white text, sometimes there isn't. If I looked like this dude, I'd be fucking happy. Like, that is bowling, bro. If you look like this dude, you'd get all the fucking, I mean, you'd get all the ladies, right? PTO said it was from a time before the Maw was called the Maw. Well, I've made the point many a times, right, that the Maw was something else before it became the Maw. It's clear. just running through the maw, you can see that the maw was once something else. If you look like that, you can eat every lamb in the world. Bala just did a video about the items we give to the brokers from the weekly dungeon quests. Upload our anima powers. I mean, there's a couple of items that I'm specifically thinking of that in the maw, right? You get items and stuff, but they never have white text on them. A lot of items that sort of seem interesting, you can't right click on, you can't really do anything to. It's just an item. Like, you just have the thing, and then you just give it in, or you hand it in, and then it's over. But I'm sure Balila did a video on that. I mean, the guy's got a fucking entire law team behind him. Is a moon of Oberon is a moon of Uranus. Not Obleron though. Yeah, I highly doubt that Obleron would be the moon of Uranus. Etching, the flavor text was changed during the beta from a crumbling manuscript written in a time before the maw was called the maw. Venari will be interested in this, to a crumbling manuscript hinting at the origins of the maw. Venari would be fascinated by this. The text was changed slightly and moved to the description of the quest. Interesting. I mean, as I said, like, I made a video during the PTR, actually during the alpha of Shadowlands. I made a video saying that the maw was almost definitely never like this. And you can see it. Just run through the maw, and you see that this realm was once something else. Louis P, how you doing? We call that a stealth retcon. It's not, because it's not really a retcon though, right? It's not really a retcon. It is sort of like describing the origins of the maw, a time before the maw was called the maw. That's really just a clarification, right? And also maybe not wanting to give away too many secrets, if that makes sense. Joak, yes. My argument was that it was originally the City of the Dead. Not good at all. The cinematics, what do you think about that? I mean, the last boss of BFA was amazing as a final boss of an expansion. The way Blizzard implemented him, that wasn't good. But, I mean, N'Zoth has been this big bad guy that we've known about for so long. He was the perfect end boss. The problem is just I wish they would have made the expansion more about him and less just about the forces around him. Which seems to be the thing that Blizzard constantly does with every single one of the old gods, which maybe should suggest to us that the old gods aren't as important to Blizzard. Like, Blizzard wants to make sure we understand the old gods aren't important. Because every single one of the old gods that we've defeated was defeated in, like, the final patch of an expansion that doesn't really deal with them specifically every single time. Right? So much of Battle for Azeroth dealt with the war between the Horde and the Alliance, then eventually started dealing with Azshara, who, yes, is a servant of N'Zoth, but it's not really directly related to N'Zoth, and only N'Zoth starts featuring in patch 8.3, where he takes over 2 realms and then is sort of shut down. Think about Yogg-Saron. We fight Yogg-Saron in an expansion about the undead, and yes, Yogg-Saron has some implications and implementations within the realms, within what's it called, Storm Peaks, but again, nowhere near big enough to really be a major threat. We take him down in one patch and we move on to the big bad of the expansion. And then you go back even further to Cthulhu. Again, you have this entire game that is the origin story, so to speak, of Warcraft, of World of Warcraft. And again, he features right at the end, really only related to a single area within the game. Maybe Blizzard is trying to tell us that, look, you guys have made a big deal out of the old gods. But really, the thing that you should be worried about is the Void Lords and not so much the Old Gods. Make mummy of the Old Gods, told you all. The knife was only ever a prison for a piece of the whole, and also the key to a bigger prison. Adjust the Void Lord, Titans in our realm. Something like that. Although, the Old Gods seem less powerful than the Titans. They seem more like servants, if that makes sense. But it doesn't feel like a big crazy boss. I mean, it felt like meh when you killed him. I think a lot of people on the PTR, on the LFG would have disagreed with that, or LFR. Well, yes, but remember, there must at some point be... at some point, we will have to face the Void Lords, right? Old Gods are just keepers who embrace hentai? No. I mean, the fact that they have tentacles might be fun for some people, but I don't think that's why Blizzard gave them tentacles, because they're into using their tentacles in sexualized manners. I'm pretty sure when Blizzard designed the very first Old God, they weren't thinking to themselves, ooh, tentacles, people are gonna love this. I mean, you give them tentacles because it is Old Godish, right? It is evil. You don't give them tentacles because you think to yourself, this is gonna make great porn. What is your base boss? Mine is Arthas and Wrath of the Lich King. Arthas Heroic, Wrath of the Lich King, absolutely 100% best boss ever. Only because of the group that I was playing with at the time. It was insane. We got to Arthas Heroic. We wiped, I think, 200 plus times on him. Like, there was a lot of wipes on Arthas Heroic. And when we finally took him down, the jubilation and screams on Vaint at the time, we were still using Vaint at that point in time, was insane, right? People were losing their fucking minds over it. So yeah, like I can't really think of a boss that was more epic than Arthas. Everyone just hated. Anubarak was pretty cool, actually. Keepers could contain and imprison the Old Gods, then they are at best keeper level in power. Tainter keepers, I think it's more because of what their purpose is and not so much their power level. So their purpose is very singular in focus, right? Their job is to infect and basically corrupt the planet, the soul, the Titan soul within the planet. So they weren't really ever built to be, I guess, fighting Titans, if that makes sense. They weren't built to fight the Titans. Same with our lot. Lich King Heroic was the best. Oh, Lich King Heroic was actually, Lich King Heroic, and then Syndragosa Heroic was also really, really fucking good. The Titans to get that kind of power over here. Warcraft 3, when I was little, and when Wrath of the Lich King came, it was so amazing. That expansion was so nice, and I got flashbacks and everything. Best expansion. So you're saying the Titans designed to fight Void Lords who use OGs because they can't manifest themselves in our existence? No. I'm saying the Titans were evolved for multitudes of things, right? So the Titans were built to bring order to the universe. Whoever their masters is, that of course we don't know. We'd have to wait and see. I think the purpose guides sort of all of them. But the Titans were very specific creations for a multitude of sort of roles. whereas the old gods were far more singular in their purpose. They were designed for one specific job, a job that the Void Lords couldn't do because they can't get into our realm. So I think that's why they were less powerful than the old gods, or than the Titans. It was simply because they were never designed to fight them. They were designed to corrupt a planet. So what if the same is true of the arcane entities? Maybe the arcane puppets as the true avatar? I mean, it is possible. So what if the thing of the sepulchre is knowledge, how to resurrect Galakrond? You'd need an insane amount of anima to do that, right? I mean, if you wanted to resurrect Galakrond, yeah. Yeah, I don't think that would be just your ordinary run-of-the-mill single mortal anima. I think you would need the anima of thousands if you were to resurrect Galakrond. No, I don't think... I don't think we've ever heard anything about the first ones. If there is one potential first one, I would say that it is... I would say that it's really only limited to Elune at this point. I don't think Zuval or the Primus would be first ones. The Primus still follows the what do we call it? The Primus still follows the purpose, right? And I don't think the first ones would follow the purpose. I think the first ones would have written the purpose. Send the Karens to fight the Titans. Karens are unstoppable. I think we are several X-Packs away from the first ones, although I hope so. So my ultimate dream would be to eventually learn about the first ones and them not be anything we've ever known about. That would be like the ultimate thing for me. Because I genuinely can imagine to myself having like when you learn about these beings that have been there since the beginning, I think it should be epic. It should be mind-blowing. Is there new Sylvanas art? Where? I don't want to open my Battle.net launcher because then my camera crashes. Don't ask why. I do not know. But whenever I open any fucking game launcher that wasn't open at the time of starting the stream, the camera crashes. And then I have to reset the fucking camera. I am legit getting close to the... I'm starting to think I need to buy a new fucking motherboard. That's sort of where my head is at right now. Buy a new motherboard and see if that fixes this issue. Because the USB ports clearly don't have enough power in them. Joke, no, there's definitely no connection. So runes is a language of power, right? It's a magical language that is used by mages and all sorts of different creatures. The runes that the jailer uses, the runes of the realms of death, seems to be a very specific type of power. It'd be the drivers. Everybody's drivers have gone to shit the last few months. Hug, are you also on AMD? I'm going to sleep. I really enjoyed these 3 hours. Take care, everyone. Caldana, thank you much for hanging out, dude. Really appreciate it. Take care of yourself, bro. If you're on AMD and it is just the drivers, I would be so fucking happy to hear that, because I have an MSI Tomahawk Wi-Fi X570 motherboard, and it is an absolute fucking nightmare, dude. My USB ports... I can only use half the USB ports. If I plug anything next to each other into the motherboard, it instantly just goes, nope, don't want you. There's not enough power to power these things. And I'm talking about mouse and keyboard, for example. I plug in my mouse and keyboard into two USB ports next to each other, so on the same bus, and it all just says, no, not going to power this. Can't be a PSU issue. Had the PSU checked, also changed it out for a different PSU, does the exact same thing. The PSU is a 1000 watt PSU, so it's definitely not struggling to supply power. Also, everything can be plugged in, right? It just can't be plugged into the same USB bus. Everything can be plugged in. It powers everything at the moment. It's just not allowed to be on the same USB bus. I know that there's been problems with the drivers. I know people have spoken about the problems with the drivers. So, you know, if it is just driver problems that they need to fucking fix, then, you know, gonna have to wait for them to finally fix it. Gotta go. Great stream as always. Hope you managed to read that theory I sent you about cosmic forces and Shadowlands when you get that free time. Have a great rest of the day. Lockdog, thank you very much for hanging out. Dude, really appreciate it. Take care of yourself. VRMs or thermal throttling. The VRMs is, again, perfectly fine. I've checked all of the tapes. They, the issue with it, legitimately is it's a problem that other people have reported as well. And according to at least one video I've watched from Gamers Nexus, it has to do with AMD. AMD is fucking around with the BIOS right now, right? And their fucking around with the BIOS is changing the power delivery to USB ports and USB buses and things like that. Tune your RAM properly and had that issue with underclocking the RAM. I've not touched the RAM. I've overclocked it and I've kept it standard, and the issue persists. The issue persists regardless. Also been notorious in the last few generations for needing to slightly underclock your voltage. When I stream, I always need Rhino's Day. That has changed in the newest one. Gamers Nexus actually did an entire video on it. The new 5000 series, the underclocking doesn't do anything. That's been fixed apparently. At least it seems like it. I think your motherboard is fine. I'm having the same problem on the front bus. And you have AMD as well, right? Always need to delete webcam and then connect it again. I just really want it to be fucking fixed. 5600, yeah. It might be, it might just be a fucking like AMD problem then. Because I've got the 5900X and it is annoying only having like half your USB ports. Now, it's not necessarily the biggest problem in the world, right? I could always just buy a USB extension card and then just use the PCIe lanes for my USB ports. That could work, and that would take care of most of my problems. Hopefully that would take care of the fucking cam freezing up. Fort Samurai, how you doing? I don't always, but we have done some PvP in the past. Oh, Elise, it was made by Alex. I think Alex's girlfriend actually made it, Michelle, the editor of the channel. Although I skipped the 3000 series, I wanted to upgrade in the 3000, but by the time I was ready to upgrade, the 5000 series was already being rumored, and I thought, fuck it, I'll just wait for 5000 series. I'm very happy with my PC, by the way. This thing is a beast. I haven't had a single game that I can't play on max graphics and have well over 100 plus frames, if not more. This PC is an absolute fucking beast, but the USB ports piss me the fuck off. Those paintings, I want those too. The AMD is doing great. AMD is doing masterful, Metroplex. They are doing masterful work. I do think, however, I'm interested to see what Intel is going to come back with now that they have a new CEO. If they're going to go back to just more of the same, or if they're finally going to fucking step it up and start. Because I don't want one company to rule. I want whatever is best for us, and that means more competition. Video bus when it comes to GPU. Oh yeah, I've got a 3080. I've got a Gigabyte 3080 card. I won't use AMD. The reason I won't use AMD is because of streaming. competition is good for consumers, for sure. I mean, competition drives down prices. This is guaranteed. This is how it always works. The more competition you have, the lower prices get, the more advancements we get, right? Because eventually you get to a point where you can't compete just on being better, because everyone sort of picks up on it and gets better over time. And then all you can really compete on is price. You have to drop the price as low as possible to make sure that you get all of the customers. Internet's kind of stuck. They don't have a new architecture and their current is at its limit. But that's because they were greedy as fuck. The previous CEO. So it's interesting, right? Currently, in the PC industry, 2 CEOs are also engineers, right? This is Dr. Lisa Su and Jensen. Jensen from NVIDIA and Dr. Lisa Su are both engineers who run the companies. They're both engineers. It's interesting to see that those are also the 2 companies that is poised to dominate the market. With Intel, their previous CEO, I don't know what the new one is, but the previous CEO was just a business guy. He was just the guy that he became the CEO to make the money. That's it. And you could see that in Intel. I mean, the naming of Intel products. Intel is the only company that gets away with releasing a CPU without features, with features disabled, even though those features could be enabled. Like, they literally disable the features so that they can bring out the K series. I mean, how fucked up is that? How fucked up is that? The difference between what was my previous Intel was an 8700, right? The difference between the 8700 and the 8700K is literally a toggle that Intel just switched on and off. If you have the K, good job, you can overclock. If you don't have the K, sorry, we've locked that ability. You have to pay more if you want to be able to overclock with us. You'd see the competition die. I don't think NVIDIA is going to be allowed to get ARM. Metroplex, they have said at the unveiling of the 5600, they showed the future, and the next Ryzen chips is 5 nanometer. At least according to the future, right? The next Ryzen chips is 5 nanometer. So I'm sure we're gonna get 5 nanometer there. Apparently they're also doing a complete architecture overhaul, which is going to be interesting to see how they're going to do that and if that's going to impact performance. But I wouldn't upgrade anyways on the next one. I like upgrading like every 2nd or 3rd generation, depending on which generation it falls on. So I wouldn't upgrade on the next one, on the 6000 series. I would upgrade on the 7000 series. But then I wouldn't upgrade on the 8000 series. I would probably upgrade on the 9000 series. Because, so, every 2nd generation, or every 3rd generation actually, they love to do a major overhaul. And I will never be first in a generation. I refuse to be the first. That's why I never bought a 2080 RTX card. Because that's a first in the generation. It's a fucking money grab, right? They suck, they're overpriced, it's not worth. You want to be 2nd. So whenever the generation has already had some time to mature, that's when you want to upgrade. Akolam would be a good generation to upgrade to, yes. Upgrade when every 2 series, but usually when they announce the new one. I get a 1080 Super when they announced the 30 series because it was so much cheaper than a month before. Yeah, ARM will definitely be the future given their prevalence in handheld and SBC. Everything in tech is about shrinking. Just look at phone screens up until we realized we could watch porn on them. So, ARM is the future. And there's a very good reason why everyone seems to be fighting over ARM. The reason I believe that NVIDIA can't be allowed to get ARM is we would need to hope that NVIDIA is willing to share the base technologies that ARM have to offer. Which, what do you think are the fucking odds of that happening? They just legit. What are the odds? The two XX cards have never been any good once a new technology is actually used. I just wish for more VRAM on NVIDIA GPUs. I mean, the VRAM isn't an issue, Metroplex. I haven't hit a single game where VRAM has held me back in any way, shape, or form. I'm talking even like fucking Cyberpunk at maximum ray tracing. Everything's fine. Plus, they have announced that the next 3080 Ti will have something like 20 gigs worth of VRAM. Are they moving to DDR6? No. The 3080 Ti, from what I understand, is still going to be DDR6X. So, no, it's going to be a beast of a fucking card. To be honest, 1080 and 4040p are fine, even with 8, but at 4K, VRAM goes insanely fast. Metroplex, the problem with that, though, is, again, Gamers Nexus have done their tests on this. Even it's 10 on the 3080, right? 10 gigabytes of VRAM. Because it's DDR6X, it is much faster than just normal DDR6. So less of it doesn't hold it back because the RAM is so much faster than, than the normal one. So you don't need double of it. It's still fine for 4K. Linus also did a test on this. He actually played with the 3080 at 8K. The 3080, I think, at 8K. They played Doom, and the VRAM was fine. Lexi, Eli, thank you very much. Really fucking appreciate that. Take care of yourselves, and thank you so much for hanging out. Really appreciate you guys. Gonna be upgrading from 1080 Ti to a 3080 Ti as soon as it comes out. 10 deeps. I don't think I would upgrade to the Ti. I'm happy with my 3080. Oh, Metroplex, no, he did it with the 3080 as well. And they did say that the frames weren't as good because the 3080 was never designed for 8K. But they were specifically trying to check the VRAM issue on it. So they didn't give a fuck about how many frames they were getting. Because, I mean, it wasn't built for that, right? So it's not gonna do it. But in terms of VRAM, it didn't look as if the VRAM was a massive bottleneck in that experiment. It was just the power of the card that couldn't really handle 8K. But then again, the 3090 didn't really handle 8K. I mean, it did fine on 8K, but it wasn't like fucking mind-bogglingly good, right? For the next series, if you haven't already bought into the 3000 series, funny how NVIDIA advertised 3090 as 8K card while there is only a few monitors that can support it. I mean, personally, I would never even buy a 4K card, 4K monitor. I would go to 4K when we have the ability to play 4K at 240 frames per second. Like the second we have video cards that can do 4K at 240 frames per second, that's when I'll upgrade to 4K. Not before then. I would rather sacrifice visual aesthetics for frames. Frames is everything to me. If I see that number dip below 100, I get super triggered. Only thing that gives my 2080 Super any trouble is Tarkov at ultra graphics. It still has 100 plus FPS and 2K. It just runs a tad hot. Your device 5XX was when GTX sorted its shit out. I'm excited for the future. I will say that. I am very excited for the future. I think the future is going to be... Things are going to heat up in the next... Dragon Wolf, that is not true. That is literally proven not true. Your eyes actually see upwards. First of all, your eyes don't actually see in frames per second. That's not how your eyes see things, first and foremost. But if you were to quantify it, I think the current research shows something like 1,000+ frames per second that your eyes can see. Like, no, your eyes see far more than 60 frames per second. Also, your eyes don't see in frames per second, but that's neither here nor there. Your eyes can physically spot the difference between the two, and it's clear as day. If you tell me that your eyes can't see more than 60 frames per second, you need to explain to me why. I will instantly tell you I'm looking at 60 frames per second. I'm looking at 144 frames per second. Since the ultimate Greek warriors, Uval picks up Sargeras' Moonblade, it's game over. But he's not Greek. Giant Rat Guy, he's told me that. How you doing, bro? There are people that's less sensitive, right? That does happen. There's people that's less sensitive, and so there are people that don't spot that big of a difference. Like, for them, it's like, who gives a shit, right? But then you do get super sensitive people who will spot even the smallest change in FPS. This is a bit off topic, but people say Varian could go Autumn Wield, but the chance I feel he could go Maldraxxus. Varian would almost definitely not go Autumn Wield, Monkey James. Varian had nothing to do with life. What's the difference between 60 FPS and when my rig dips to Dragon Wolf? That has nothing to do with your vision. Right? It's got nothing to do with whether your eyes are good or not good, right? It has to do with sensitivity. So you get people that's, for example, more sensitive to color changes, which I am not, by the way. So for me, the difference in visual, looking at a TN panel and an IPS panel, it's so small that I don't even notice it, right? I don't even notice the difference between the two panels. Like, I can see the IPS one is a bit nicer, but I don't really spot the difference in like, oh my god, this one is so much better. Oh my god, I can't believe that. Same with 4K. It just looks slightly better, but it's not massive to me. But then you get people that's super sensitive to that kind of change. The same with frame rates. You get people that is extremely sensitive to frame rates, and then you get people who they barely notice it. Like, it's all right. It's all good. Doesn't matter. I don't know if it will ever happen to you guys, but sometimes my brain kind of overclock itself and I sense the world in like 120 frames per second. Other times I hear super sharp. It's like 1 minute, and then fades out to normal. Sight and hearing. Juak, I think that's only you. I've never had that. It's the reason FPS has always been FPS. Loving first-person shooters and frames per second. Just use 4K DSR on a 1080p monitor and compare it to native. You'll see the difference. I see the difference, but what I'm talking about is levels of sensitivity. So I'm not completely indifferent to it, whereas you do get people that's completely indifferent to it. So you get people who, they'll see 60 frames per second and they'll see 140 frames per second and they will legit go, it's the same. I can spot the difference. If my game dips to 60 frames per second, it's very noticeable. So for example, when I lock WoW to 60 frames per second, I notice that I'm not getting a smooth experience here. There's definitely something going on. And at that point, remember, you notice drops in frames, so big frame spikes, far more than you notice speed of frames, right? So you'll notice the difference between going from 20 frames per second to 60 frames per second back to 20, far more than you would notice the difference between 60 and 144, right? But you do get people that legit they don't notice any difference. Whether it's 60 or 144, it's the same. Looks the same to them. It feels no different. But there is a difference. And your eyes, the point I was making is here, your eyes can absolutely tell the difference. Because your eyes can see far more than what the technology right now allows. If you take LSD, though, you'll see a 9K plus FPS. 22 to 2010 in the last 10 years. My life is like 56K. I always ask myself if that would be like doing some kind of drugs, but that feeling comes from nowhere, totally random. I've never had that. Yeah, I have a feeling if you could see the world at 9K FPS, you would probably be able to taste color as well. Like, that's some, like, at that point, you do have some kind of special powers, right? Like I said, these things aren't, it's legitimately, it's individual. There are individuals who are just not that sensitive to it. Last time I ate mushrooms, first time it happened, I thought I was going to faint. Our eyes are analog. It's kind of stupid to think digital rendering will ever truly replicate it. I mean, I wouldn't say it's stupid. I think it's just a lot of people, like, people don't know, right? The fact that we use something like frames per second to describe the amount of frames that we get in a second, in terms of how you can see it, it's sort of not the same thing, right? But yeah, the main point there, Hugged, what you just said there, it is the closer we get to what our eyes can see, the easier it is to fool our eyes into thinking that it is looking at a continuous picture rather than looking at frames on a screen. Because if you think about it, the beauty of computers is everything that you see is just a frame. It's a still frame that flashes very quickly, and then it's gone. Now, at very low resolution, so if you go to like 15 frames per second, not resolution, 15 frames per second, your eye can physically see the frames. So it feels weird, right? Because your eye can physically see that this is not a continuous picture. But then the higher you get, your eye starts going, it stops seeing the individual pictures and eventually just sees the pictures, right? It just sees the continuous image. And the reason why we don't say frames per second for your eyes in real life and why your eyes aren't limited is when you do this, it's not an actual frame, right? If I do this with my hand, it's not a frame. There's no frame per second. It is a continuous movement. My eye sees that entire continuous movement as it's happening, regardless of how fast I do it. It's still seeing it and it's still keeping track of it. Brain resecting not eye. So yeah, it's sort of interesting to think about. Best game when I was little on 64, Banjo-Kazooie. I don't know what that is. My favorite game when I was little was Baldur's Gate. I never had those console things like Nintendo and shit. That's what I mean. Movement versus overall picture. True. I wasn't disagreeing, Otto, by the way. That point wasn't disagreeing with anyone. I was just sort of saying, there was for a while this lie being told by console. Like, the console industry was sort of selling people this lie when PCs could finally go to 60 frames per second and consoles were still locked at 30, right? The console industry sort of said, it doesn't matter, going to 60 doesn't matter because the human eye can only see 30 frames per second, right? And it was only to stop people from thinking PC was better than console. And then when consoles go to 60 and PCs had finally made the jump to like 144, again, the consoles came out and said, it doesn't matter, you know, the human eye can only see 60. But the truth is, that's all bullshit. The human eye can see an unlimited amount of frames per second. Well, not truly unlimited. There is a limit to the amount of frames that it can get. But what matters more is that it is as close to a continuous picture as humanly possible. 20 stars, oh my god, that game is amazing. The younger generations are seeing frame rate resolution differences more than the previous generations because they're exposed to it so much earlier when our brain is still wiring. Hi bros, hi Aklon, master of the beer, and hail you and your wise words. How are you? Olvar the Viking, how you doing, bro? Just like any other saints, it varies from human to human. Yes. Every human being is different. That's what makes it so beautiful. For some people, a 144 Hz monitor would be a complete and utter waste of money. would be a complete and utter waste of money. It would be wasted on them. They would not know the difference. And then for other people, it makes the world of difference. For me, higher frames gives me less headaches. So watching Akalon, he is the king. Eli, thank you very much. Really appreciate that. Do you have work tomorrow, Eli? It's the weirdest thing, by the way. Oh, Eli, that's not good. This one thing for me. What do you do for a living, Eli? Now I have 144. I can't go back. I noticed it. Louis P, you and me both. This one is 144. So sometimes when I'm watching like YouTube videos, right? The monitor that I'm reading on now, it's still 60 frames per second. The one I'm on here is a 165 hertz monitor, right? So my main monitor is 165 hertz, 1440p. And the one that I'm looking at now, so basically physically looking at now, is 27-inch IPS panel, but 60 frames per second locked. And sometimes I'll have a YouTube video on, but I'll also be looking at other things. And if I move the YouTube video over to the 60 frames per second, like a YouTube video is not as noticeable, but is noticeable, right? Especially when it's 60 frames, because this monitor is very old. So it doesn't actually get 60 frames anymore. It actually gets something like 40. It's a very old monitor. It's kind of broken and shit. So it no longer gets the 60. But when I move the YouTube video over, it is noticeable how draggy it is. Like, I don't know if you guys get what I'm saying. I'm not talking about the video specifically, like the physical window. As I'm dragging it over, on this screen, it is smooth, right? I'm dragging it around. It's very smooth, nothing wrong with it. But then as soon as I fucking like drag it over to the 60 frame, I can see the movements of the window. Does that make sense? Am I explaining myself correctly? My camera monitor is all too. All right, as long as people can fucking understand what I'm saying, because yeah, I can see the frames as I'm moving the window to put it, you know, on the screen. The YouTube videos you can see is a little bit more like fucking laggy, but doesn't really bother that much. I'm driving tractors and cutting down trees and stuff like that. Sounds like a fun job, Eli. Disable arrow. My camera monitor is old too. I want to buy 2 more monitors. I want to buy another 1440p IPS panel. I don't want that. I don't care about that one being high frames per second. Just I want another 1440p 32-inch IPS panel for movies and shit. And then I want another 27-inch just for Twitch chat. Next to a 60, and unless it's a really sharp picture, it's barely noticeable. I notice it only when I'm dragging things around on it. Like you can see the drag. So if you take your mouse and you sort of move your mouse around on the screens, you'll see on the 60 frames per second, right? You see a massive trail that it's making, and the trail is also like the mouse, the pointer is further apart. Like it's a gap between the mouse pointer because it's only picking up it's only picking up 60 frames per second. Whereas on this one, and you do it, it's closer together. First of all, the mouse pointers, and there's less of a trail. Less ghosting, I guess you can say. When it broke, but now I have no room in my office. I didn't realize how big 50 inches was and how small my office really is. 50 inches. 50 inches is too big, bro. Is that an LED LCD? I've never noticed that on an IPS monitor. IPS have less of it. IPS has less of it. IPS tends to be better with doing shit like that. But it's not just a frame rate issue. I was just using this to explain what I'm noticing whenever I drag windows across. But that specific issue, the ghosting issue, that's not a frame rate issue. That's actually a refresh, like a what do they call it? An input lag issue. So the lower the input lag, the less ghosting there is. $2 feet from Alpha's TV. So if I had the money, right, I would buy myself, it is fucking expensive, but I would buy this. Hold up, let me quickly show you guys. If they even have it in stock. I don't know if they have it in stock. There you go. Come on, you bad boy. I'll show you guys what I'm looking at. You got a whole new list of fucking monitors soon, though. Ooh. 27-inch, though. Fuck you. Give me 32-inch. I don't want a 27-inch anymore. I believe this is the one I have, by the way. This is the monitor I have, but this is not the one I'm looking at, or that I want right now. What the fuck is it? Don't tell me you don't have it. I will lose my fucking mind if you don't have it. Is it okay to send you a DM in Discord for lore topics? Because I did without asking and don't know if it is allowed or considered a spam or shit like that. I can imagine get many DMs per day. Although the Viking, it's fine. It's not considered spam. I'm just very slow at replying. But it is allowed. I'm slow at replying because I do get a ton of DMs. But I try to reply to them. Eventually. As soon as I can get to it. They don't fucking have it in stock anymore. Can you believe this? Hold up. Let's go to Eve Tech maybe? Could they have it? One of you cunts must have this fucking monitor. How does no one have this monitor anymore? Was it cancelled? The Samsung G7. That wasn't cancelled, was it? I'm pretty sure the Samsung G7 wasn't cancelled. Because it seems like no one in South Africa has that monitor anymore. And I know this MSI one is very good, but it's 27-inch and I want 32-inch. I don't want 27-inch. Like, I think this or this one is currently considered one of the best. I don't know. I mean, the G7 is one of the best monitors on the market. Was at least. I'm not saying it is still. I haven't actually watched a monitor review in a while. I just hate the fact that this is 27 inches. Fuck my life. I feel calm and the time goes faster, so I can game more. Nice, Eli. IG GN850. IG is such a fuck up here because you know those IG panels, I think it's IG, the nano IPS panels. Carbonite, but it will be used. QCam, yeah, I could check Carbonite as well. No, it is, but I like 32-inch. Metroplex. 1440p is actually perfect for 27-inch. At 32 inches, 1440 is already a bit stretched. But I just like 32-inch. It's nice to have it big. IG... So the spam. Good night. Love you. Keep the things going. I want more theories. Good night all. Eli, thank you so much for hanging out. I really appreciate it. You don't have to apologize for the spam. I did not view it as spam. The X35 is amazing, but they charge so much for it. The X35. You see, the problem is, like I said, IG is so difficult to get hold of here. And actually, IPS in general is so fucking hard to get hold of. Especially when I do that and they go, oh, you meant the cheapest ones first. No, you cunt. See, this is LG, but it will almost definitely not be, not IG, LG. Why did I say IG? Fuck me. Oh, I rate your LG as IG for some reason. Mine clutched. This will almost definitely not be the Nano IPS panel. And if you're gonna use IPS, go for a Nano IPS. It's faster. And it does about the same job. I don't want ultra wide though. The gray. I don't know why, but the fact that it's I don't know, it just seems off. Plus, as a streamer, ultra wide can give you trouble. Like setting up your streams with an ultra wide panel, there's a lot of games that will cause crashes and shit like that with ultra wide panels. Just because ultra wide is usually like the resolution is off. Because it's not 16:9, right? So you're gonna get something like 21:9 or something weird in that, and that could have a big problem or big problems on streams, especially if your other monitor that's running your OBS isn't the same resolution. GL 850 and GN 850 are the same panel, only difference is body and connectivity. Metroplex, so there's a fucking amazing website. It's called Things, right? So this website, if you want any information on the base monitors out there, this is the website for you, right? So it's a best gaming. These guys test everything, right? They test every monitor out there, tell you what's wrong, what isn't, what you should be looking for, what you should avoid. Let's see, this is 8.8 on gaming, Dell, Alienware, best ultra wide monitor. A lot of FreeSync monitors that really pisses me the fuck off, man. Your base monitors. Really useful tips. There I looked for my 4K 144Hz monitor. Think the size is connected to the distance between your face and the screens. Hate if a user's screen is right in my shit face. That's why decent TVs are so damn expensive. What do you guys think is the next technology going to be for monitors? Like the next technology that's going to take it just up a fucking notch. I would also like the next monitor that I buy to be full HDR. Brain implants, something like Google Glasses, but better maybe. The next notch is going to be AR. No, but monitors. So we're talking specifically monitors. It can't be AR or Google Glasses or anything. It has to be a monitor. So a proper monitor. AR is the future, right? AR is what all of us want. If you could play World of Warcraft by physically being an Azeroth, or Pumanki, imagine us playing Valheim, but physically being in that world, literally doing it ourselves, that is AR, and that would be brilliant, right? But yeah, okay, you would die a lot, but still, right? You would probably die less because it's you doing it, so you wouldn't struggle as much. That's the next step. Monitors are going to be obsolete. Hologram monitors or so, like Star Wars stuff. I mean, would they be good for watching movies on though? See, this is a good monitor. Look at this bad boy. Gaming 8.7, HDR gaming 8.7. But now we're getting into the fucking TV bullshit. Although it would matter to me because so I don't like projectors. You know, normal projectors, like projection screens, right? Where you buy a projector and then you watch your movie on the fucking wall or some shit. I hate that because it's never a nice image. Sure, it's fine, but it's not fucking high definition HDR, you know, really fucking awesome. But bro, I'm getting you. I get what you mean. It is a hologram, but I mean, AR porn. If we're gonna move into the realm of AR porn, I think that's gonna be the end of the human race. Like, if you could have sex with anyone in AR, people would probably just stop. People would just stop meeting people, right? It's like the ultimate sexting experience. I mean, I don't think humans would really bother at that point meeting each other anymore. But so according to Gabe Newell, right, they are on the cusp of AR. John Brad guy, Metroplex, thank you very much for hanging out, dude. Really appreciate it. Take care of yourself, man. What about NFL multiple camera angles? I mean, if we get into AR, you wouldn't need, like, you wouldn't even notice the multiple camera angles, because if you watched like the NFL in AR, you would legitimately be sitting in the stadium. You'd feel the wind, you'd smell the grass, you'd be in the game, so to speak. And you'd be able to look wherever you want to look, and you'll see everything going on around you without you even being in the stadium. I mean, at that point, they may as well just stop playing and just have the players in AR as well. Right, so the players aren't even really playing anymore. The players are playing in AR. So you have all these football stars that everyone fucking loves, but meanwhile it's just this small little kid. He's like 17 years old, scrawny as fuck. He's the best footballer in the world. He's never even picked up a weight in his life. Simple, just an issue with projection, but what Akko is talking, AR or VR? Although no, we're talking about augmented reality. So legitimately, as Gabe Newell described it at least, we're talking about the ability to see it as if it's happening to you, right? Marcenta, thank you very much for hanging out. Really appreciate it. Take care of yourself. So we're not even talking about VR. Gabe Newell was doing this entire interview where they were asking him what the future for VR is, and he actually said, the future for VR is AR. VR is as good as it's almost going to get. Like, that's why they're focusing on VR games so much, because they're actually working on AR. They're trying to perfect AR. The problem right now is just how do you make certain things happen? So, for example, cold. This is actually the example he used himself. Cold is not just a response of you feel cold. Your immune system is involved in that as well. So how do you make someone feel cold in a game? You have to try and trigger the immune system alongside it. So that's sort of the problem that they have right now, is that not all senses is connected simply to a process in the brain that you can just go, right, trigger this process, now you're feeling cold, or now you're feeling this, or now you're feeling that, right? Find a way to put dicks everywhere in early AR? Probably. Last LOL event in Shanghai used already laser holograms on transparent panels. I believe I remember that. That was a good fucking show, though. Although they call it AR, they call it augmented reality because it's literally just an augmented version of reality, right? So it's not virtual in that you're just looking at it through a screen. You're basically sensing it, you're feeling it. You're in 3D space, so to speak, with the game. So they're calling it augmented reality. I mean, you can call it whatever you want, right? And I guess we could start... because it wouldn't be digitized reality either. Because it is legitimately... we're now getting into the weeds of what is what, right? And I don't think that's helpful, but yeah, full dive RP, I guess you could call it as well, right? Full opening ceremony in Seoul in 2018 used AR glasses to see the VR singers from KDA on stage. League of Legends does like pushing the envelope with their pre-shows. Basically, when I say AR in this scenario, what we're talking about is physically being in that world. Because that's what Gabe Newell and them are basically working on, is the ability to sense the world. So you're being dropped into it. So think Matrix. You plug in and you go play, right? And you are physically there as you play. Of course, without the downsides of being killed in the game, also then means death IRL. I'm not saying we can't have that. I'm just saying it might make the stakes a little bit high for people to actually jump into it. Right? I do think if you told me, all right, we've got this new game, you're going to be in the game. One big downside, though, is if you get shot in the head, you physically die. I might go, no. I'll wait for the upgrades. Like, do a couple of updates, fix that shit. That seems to be a very big glitch in the fucking game, so we're just gonna leave it for a while, right? You guys keep saying Sword Art Online. I've never watched it. I don't even know what the fuck it is. I know it's an anime of some kind, but it doesn't help me that you guys say Sword Art Online. But it would be a synthetic manipulation of actual reality perception. So you mean holodeck type shit? So yeah. But that's like VR is plug in an AR, adding shit to the real world like a fucking HUD. It's an anime on that exact kill in AR. I'm not gonna argue with you guys. I have no idea what Sword Art Online is, so I'm just gonna take your word for it. I'm not gonna watch it. It's a fucking anime. Have I ever watched an anime? Elon Musk might turn out to be the fucking savior of the human race, dude. Full dive take of your consciousness. Don't watch it. Even the anime fans don't like Sword Art Online. What's going on? What did the show do to you? No. Supernatural is not anime. Supernatural is actually good. Plus, by definition, Supernatural can't be an anime. Anime stands for animation. There's one animated episode in the entire 15 seasons of Supernatural. Oh, I've watched Supernatural multiple times, the Grey. Multiple times. I've watched all 15. Well, the 15th season I've only watched once. But, including season 14, I've probably watched it. Because I haven't watched season 14 as many times. Season 14 I've only watched, I think, 3 or 4 times. Yeah, no, 3 times. And then the rest of it probably fucking 7 or 8 times already. That I've watched from beginning to end. I love Supernatural. Yeah, the Supernatural anime would be an anime. The Supernatural show wouldn't by definition be an anime because it's not animated. Cameron, how you doing? Was animated version of the first season though? it's only the first season, and it's an animated version of a show that isn't an anime. So, you can't fucking say that makes it an anime. Oro. Okay, so empirical evidence. I hate anime. I love Supernatural. Ergo, Supernatural can't be an anime. Simple as. Berserk and Black Legion would be right for Akko. I probably wouldn't fucking watch that either. Mikuni, how you doing? Yeah, I'm not a fan of anime. Supernatural with actual people and anime. Ask Odo. He seems to think he's got some idea of what anime is, even though the very definition of anime does not agree with with what Supernatural is. Also, of course, the fact that I don't watch anime should be enough of a reason to believe that that it's not anime. Sorry, I forgot to make today's video public, so I'm just quickly doing that now. You guys should fucking remind me to make the videos public when they need to go public, by the way. I keep forgetting. I'm serious, in the style of the cinematics would be the dream. I would watch that. You have one job. Bro, I'm in the middle of streaming. I get so dragged into streaming that I genuinely can't fucking remember shit. Like, I don't do anything outside of just streaming. Calling show with 150 episodes a musical just because they had a single special musical episode. I agree. I mean, the show had one anime spin-off or one season of an anime, and now we call it an anime because it had one season of an anime. I don't think that's quite fair. Dropper, not even then. I don't like animes. They don't speak to me on any level. Playing tag and splashing in the water. Really, Mikuni? Ever played MTG? Magic the Gathering. I think once I tried it. Didn't really like it all that much. It just felt boring to me. But it was long ago. It was years ago. I was still in fucking high school. Magic the Gathering, also very small game here. Never really took off. It's like D&D. Just never really became a thing. Complicated became a glorified Yu-Gi-Oh! It also has a rich lore. What, Magic the Gathering? I can imagine that it has rich lore. Otto, you realize that you're making an entire argument, literally strawmanning the whole thing? Or at least we should actually say fucking Iron Manning it. You're trying to Iron Man an argument that you can't defend. There's legit no defense for your argument, because all I have to say, like legit all I have to say, is anime stands for animation and Supernatural is an animated. And then, wow, argument over. Sylvanas anime, that is all? No. No. We could do Sylvanas in CGI, right? We could do Sylvanas in CGI, that would be fine, but not fucking anime. The anime series of Supernatural, that would be anime, because it's an anime series of Supernatural. There's nothing wrong with that, right? But the problem is Ordo is trying to say, because there is an anime spin-off of the original fucking Supernatural, it must be an anime. The problem there is, I mean, fuck. I once ran for almost 100 meters. I guess you can now call me a sprinter, because I did run 100 meters, so must be a 100-meter dash sprinter at the Olympics. I mean, it's not the same thing, right? Just because you once did something doesn't mean you fucking, you do it now. Or that you are that thing that you said you're doing. More the art style rather than the process of generating the images. My definition of an anime is the story. I don't like anime stories. So my problem with it, okay, first of all, I don't like animated movies at all. I don't even watch Disney animation. Anime, the style pisses me off because anime is a very specific style that came sort of from the East, and I don't like that style at all. The fighting style, the fighting scenes, it's all just a little bit too OTT for me. Like 100%, anime is too over the top for me. But then at the same time, the story in most anime is shit. They just shit. To me, the stories are completely, again, over the top, unbelievable. I don't know. It might just be everything coming together, right? The way it comes together just doesn't speak to me. I totally agree, but there are a few real gems you're missing out on. I'm sure I am. I'm sure there's a lot of gems in this world that I am missing out on because I'm close-minded as fuck about certain things in life. But I still don't give a shit, right? So Ghost in the Shell, for example, love the movie. The movie was amazing. Really enjoyed it. Would watch again, 100%. Would never watch the anime version of it. Anime and live action. The live action is not considered animes. Are in their own categories. Now Supernatural, same logic. There may be anime, but it does not mean it all is anime. The movie does not apply to the anime as it came from Hollywood. I still thought it was good. It was okay, but Kylo was the saddest excuse for a villain. The thing that bothered me... No. Why are you timing out XCX Live? Alright, thanks, Mike. Yeah, I thought for a second there, what the fuck? I know we usually time out people who just link, but yeah, we know who XCX Live is. The movie is like 1/5 of the info of Ghost in the Shell. But it was a good movie. If they brought out a second movie, Puma and Kia, I'd watch that too. I will still not watch the anime. Like, even if you fucking paid me, I wouldn't watch the anime. There would need to be a very hot girl. Like, very hot girl at the end of that anime for me to watch an anime. And I mean girl IRL. Pretty good movie for getting out your feet wet in the world. And don't even talk about the Star Wars with Rey. Do not even fucking talk about that. The worst absolute, like, there are only 6 Star Wars ever made. Only 6. If you consider the new Star Wars to be Star Wars, you're not a fan. No. I will include all 6 because at least the first 6, even though Star Wars 1, 2, and 3 was really not fucking where it should have been, in terms of just the story in general. But I think most of that was actually hurt by the storytelling rather than the story itself. I think the story itself could have been solid. I think the storytelling was pretty shit. But 4, 5, and 6 was absolutely masterpieces. Even by today's standards, it is masterpieces. Whenever the new fucking Star Wars came out, Star Wars died. No, why the fuck would I like Rey? Every other Jedi spent their entire lives learning how to wield things like lightsabers and learning how to use the Force. This chick rocks up and immediately just knows it. It's like, oh, well, would you looky here? Suddenly, she can fucking do everything that Jedi train their entire lives for? Yeah, believable. And then you had Kylo Ren, for some fucking stupid reason, wearing a mask. Even though he doesn't need to wear a mask, there's nothing wrong with his fucking face. His face is fine. He's wearing a mask. It's like, what are you doing? What are you doing? This is bullshit. This is, I mean, fuck me. You can't sleep, be live. That's basically what Luke did until he trained with Yoda. Well, not quite, because until he started training with Yoda, he could sometimes accidentally use the Force, and he would sometimes accidentally do things that he didn't plan on, but he couldn't really use it, right? It wasn't until he's training that he finally like learned how to actually use the Force, whereas Rey is just this ultimate fucking Jedi, even without training. She just knows shit. The 7th one was painful to sit through. We care about Rey. She's just a character in a parallel timeline who will be cancelled. But yeah, Jedi suck overall. Jedis are fine. The Sith is better, but Jedis are fine. Otto, you're wrong. Did you make a video public? If so, I will watch it while eating breakfast. Otherwise, I will just watch the stream while eating that. Zig, yes, there is a video public right now. If you saw, but I like your Twitch and my Battle.net. So much French can watch you. Exactly. Thank you very much. Really appreciate that. All it lacks is power of friendship message or brotherhood. Oh, all it lacks, right? Not to mention the fact that it doesn't have any animated scenes. Not to mention the fact that the fighting isn't over the top at all. Not to mention the fact that the acting isn't over the top at all. The storytelling isn't over the top at all. But yeah, aside from all of those things, it is an anime. You are correct. This glass, by the way, it's just sand. Aside from the fact, of course, that it's been melted down and it is now in the shape of a glass. Besides all of those other things, like besides the fact that I can throw Pepsi Max in here and it will hold it and not just crumble and get wet and shit. But if you ignore all of those other things, it's just really sand that's on my fucking desk. We got Star Wars Episode 8 and 9. We're such a F you to Luke Skywalker indeed. It really was. Like, they did Luke Skywalker fucking dirty, dude. They did him dirty. The entire world is an anime situation by cute reptilian aliens. Echo, does that mean that you don't like Eastern martial art movies like Euro or House of the Flying Daggers? Mikuni, yes. I'm not saying I hate them, but I'm not a huge fan of them. To be fair though, I don't think that's because of the Eastern style, because I used to love Bruce Lee movies when I was very young. I wouldn't say that it's because of the style. I did actually enjoy House of the Flying Daggers, I think it was called, and there was another one called Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, I think, which is also a pretty cool movie. So I don't hate all of them, but I'm most of the time, I'm not very much into movies, right? Especially movies like that. If you really want to grab me with a movie, there needs to be one hell of a backstory. Something fantasy, something either fantasy or dystopian future. Like recently just rewatched Minority Report because I'm really in the mood for something dystopian. But yeah, there's like, I'm very weird when it comes to movies. I'm not a big movie watcher. Underworld series was amazing, true. Or something like Vampires or Werewolves. Anything like that could really get me to watch it. Otherwise, I'm not big on I'm not big on movies. I prefer series, so I just finished The 100, by the way. Oh my god, how bad did that thing end? Motherfucker. Such a good series with so much going for it, and then just it ends like, what the fuck kind of ending was that? So I'm a little bit triggered. More I'm a little bit triggered by fucking the hundreds end. That was a shit show after season 4. Now you see why I said my spoiler. Puman Key, yes. Truffle Shuffle, how you doing? No, I would say season 5 was still alright. I mean, season 5 it started to lose touch with reality, right? Whenever they moved to alpha, it was sort of like unbelievable, right? At that point, you did start of go. You started looking at it and going, yeah, I don't know. I'm not really buying into this. But it was still alright. Like, it wasn't the worst. But as it progressed throughout season 5, it became harder and harder to watch. And then season 6 was just an absolute torture. And then it started to become pretty good again. Round about the end of season 6, it started to feel a little bit better. It's like, oh, not bad, right? Not bad at all. Maybe this can go somewhere, and then just fucking nowhere. It's like, oh, wow. Okay, fuck me. Watch Warrior on HBO. Such a fucking great series. I'll give it a watch. Mikuni, you want me to spoil the 100 for you? No, motherfucker. You'll sit through that shit and you'll suffer like I had. No, I guess. Well, it's difficult to spoil though. It's really difficult to spoil. Hogged is actually correct. There's no way of spoiling it. The producers did a fucking wonderful job of doing that themselves. Slave to the cross, thank you so much to sub. Did really fucking appreciate that. 2 months in a row. Thank you, thank you, thank you. The spoil in last season? There is, but at the same time, how the fuck do you explain it? There's so much you have to talk about in order to actually spoil it. Because first you have to explain the chips, right? And how the whole Prime thing works. And then once you get the fucking Prime stuff, then you have to start talking about how somehow Clark survives it, even though technically she's not supposed to. And then the link to Ali, like somehow that's how she's, and like, oh my god, no. All I can say is if you've watched season 4, you've probably seen what you needed to see. I was hoping season 5 would have been them rebuilding their world, right? Not Earth, but the new planet that they were going to. That's what I would have wanted to see. And maybe they'll be protecting his plot armor. Oh, Mikuni, yes. Yes. Clark's plot armor is, it's surreal. Like, you have never seen plot armor like this. Like, legit. You know what I think was, you gotta watch The Expanse on Amazon. What's it about, Truffle Shuffle? You know what I think was their biggest mistake? Oh, Taboo was fucking amazing. Taboo was amazing. Okay, so Octavia. You want to know what they made? The biggest mistake they made with Octavia. They made her so evil that you legitimately go from loving her as a character to absolutely despising her as a character. Like, there was a point, I can't remember if it was season 5 or season 6, I just kept fucking skipping through the episodes to try and get to the end at this point. But there was a point where I legit couldn't wait for them to put a bullet in Octavia's brain. Like, I just needed them to kill her. Are you excited for the Lord of the Rings series? I didn't even know there was a series coming. We needed it, but glad she lived. She eventually sort of redeemed herself, but at the same time, they just lost the plot there. No, I think Octavia is one of my favorite characters in that story. The other one would be Lexa, but just because Lexa is so hot, right? They could have done more with Lexa, I feel. Like season 1, such a boring character in my opinion. Yeah, I agree. There's a Dota animated series on Netflix. I wouldn't watch that. Check Discord DM for Expanse trailer. I will, Truffle Shuffle. We can't watch it here, but I will definitely. Lexa is so fucking hot. Did you hear that Tom Hardy does not know if he will play in the second season of Taboo? How could he? Didn't he write it? I'm pretty sure he's the writer of the show. But yeah, Clark was boring. Clark just never really grew on me. I watched the first season of Altered Carbon, yes. Didn't overly enjoy it. Didn't hate it either. It was just fine. But yeah, Lexa had this look on her that was just super fucking cute. There's a second season of Altered Carbon now. There's been for a while, you know. I think it stopped after season 2, actually. No, I don't even know what The Leftovers is. What's that about? They count the original actor. I hate when shows do this. Like, when your original actor either wants to leave, or, you know, maybe wants to take a break, then it's time to kill your show. You can't try and push forward with new characters or more characters. It doesn't work that way. So, for example, what do you call that? So you have, for example, The Walking Dead, right? The Walking Dead was amazing with Rick and all the others, and watching it was so much fun. But then when Rick sort of, you know, no longer really wanted to do it, they kept pushing forward. They're just going to introduce more characters for you to like now. And it's like, no, I care about Rick. Go make your own fucking series if you want other characters. That fell on their face. Oh my god. Heroes season 1 may have been one of the best shows ever created. Heroes season 1 is absolutely disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. And then somehow they ruin it in season 2. Like, I don't know how. I do not know how they managed to do that. All they had to do was continue the story, right? Are you going to play Hearts again soon? Or yeah, we'll probably play it next week. 4400 also ended on a cliffhanger. Why does that sound familiar? 4400. So we're in full retard. It really did. It really fucking did, Hugged. But yeah, I'm not... I was so upset because Heroes was one of those shows where I couldn't wait to watch it. You know, like, you know, there's those shows where you just need to see it every single week. Like, you're ready every single week. You'll tell your family to stop existing so that you can watch your fucking show, right? You'll put off birthdays and shit like that just so that you can watch your show. That's what Euro season 1 was for me. And then season 2 came around, and I sat through all 4 of those fucking seasons, dude, hoping for it to get better again. By season 4, I was just like, no, fuck this. This is... But the same can be said for Prison Break. Prison Break season 1, fucking amazing. Season 2, you should have stopped at season 1. Like, it was good as season 1 trying to get out of the prison. The second you started with season 2, it was like, no. Season 1 was where you guys should have fucking ended this. It would have been a great one season show. Stargate, I think I watched it, but I was very young, I think, when I watched it. To escape from prison. Madras apparently multiple times. Apparently multiple fucking times. MacGyver, but then I don't know if any of you have ever seen the movie Guyver. There's a movie. It's very old. This thing is very old. I haven't seen it in years, but it was called, I think, Guyver, right? I was young. I was a young fucking boy when I watched this. Like, really young boy when I watched this. 1991 is the show. Yeah. This show, when I was young, or this movie when I was young, was fucking good, dude. Like, where he has these things in his back, and it shoots this giant fucking, what do you call it? Like, this armor on top of him, and then he fights these monsters. But this doesn't look like the movie that I saw. I remember it differently, I guess. They broke the suit halfway through filming and they stuck with it. Yeah, the fucking swords that came out of his elbows. Yeah. When I was a young kid, I fucking loved this movie. I watched it multiple times. Marvel fan. I've never watched WandaVision, no. But I am a big Marvel fan. I don't even know what WandaVision is about. I don't have time to watch a lot of movies. Soldier was a good movie, did you mark? Soldier was a fucking amazing movie. Although, no, I've not watched that. I never got into Star Trek. Didn't he shoot a laser beam out of his nipples, the Guyver? Either his eyes or his nipples, but he could do, like, the suit did give him some power. I know that for a fact. Which powers, I can't remember. There's so many Easter eggs, super nerdy. Like I said, I've not watched it yet. Would it be worth watching? When you're ready to hop on the server, let me know so I can run to spawn before you log on. You know, I will definitely do that. Justin Hamlin, how you doing, bro? Watched all the Star Trek universe, minus the OG animated series, multiple times. Wonderful shows. Yeah, I'm gonna go now. Grab some food, because I haven't been to the shop yet or anything like that. And then we'll be back tomorrow, by the way. To watch, well, to talk more about World of Warcraft, and maybe we'll play some games tomorrow as well. We'll see if I'm gonna play any sort of I don't know yet if we're gonna be playing. Do you guys want to go watch Resident Evil 3 Nemesis? Because one of the friends of the channel is playing Resident Evil 3 Nemesis right now. No. Too much horse. No. There's a Woolworths not far from me, so I'm going to grab some steak there. Gonna go grab some steak there. Anyways, even if you guys don't know Vizzy, that's fine. You can just go say hello and then move on. You can always go watch Apocalypse as well. They're doing their D&D stream right now. But we have rated them in the past, and we'll probably do so again next week. Yeah, they're on Shamey's Twitch. If you want to go watch that, at least go say hello and then go do whatever the fuck you want, right? It really is up to you. If you wanna go watch something else, I'm sure you know exactly what you want to watch, right? So it really is up to you. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for spending your evening with me. I hope you had as much fun as I had being with you guys. I will be back tomorrow night, right? For more streaming. I will probably be on Discord a little bit later, so keep your eye out for that. We'll be playing some Valheim or stuff after I've learned how to DM. Take care of yourselves, take care of your loved ones, be good to each other, and I will see all of you tomorrow. Peace out, fam.